Okay, everybody. I've got 7 o'clock by my watch and my computer, so the clock here in Chambers is slow. We're going to go ahead and start the meeting. So I'll call the meeting to order, and City Clerk, would you please check for quorum?
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows. Here. Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fliger. Here. Mayor Daley.
Here.
We have a quorum.
And my colleague, the Vice Mayor, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
And if you're able, please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, we did have a closed session tonight, but council took no action to report. All right, and now I'll look to my colleagues and see if there are any requests for changes to the order of the agenda. Sorry. Come on, scroll. There we go. All right, at this time, we'll take public comments for items that are not on the agenda. City Clerk, do we have speaker cards yet?
Yes, I have one speaker card. And the speaker is David Kane.
Okay. Before this speaker comes up, I just want to ask anybody else in the audience, if you want to speak on something not on the agenda, now is the time. Okay. David, you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is David Kane, and like many Los Altos residents, majority are concerned about the climate. And the reason that I'm here is to draw attention to the Los Altos Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, otherwise known as CAP. About this time of the year, many cities undergo an appraisal of the performance of their environmental plans against goals. And I would urge this city to do the same. CAP is a marvelous document, and the city should be proud. It was well worth the investment. And as a longtime resident in Los Altos and shareholder, I look forward to the day when we can reap its benefits. A cleaner, healthier, safer prosperous lifestyle that is the epitome of 21st century living. I urge the council to support CAP in 2025. Will you do so? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and take comments on the consent calendar. One of my colleagues may choose to have an item removed from the consent calendar and dealt with separately later on in the evening. If that happens, there will not be an opportunity to make comments on that item at that time. So if you have comments on any item on the consent calendar, please make sure you've given the clerk a speaker card and you're prepared to comment right now.
We have one speaker card, Eric Steinley.
Okay, we will give Eric 17 seconds. I guess you can have 3 minutes this time.
Can we call up, this has to do with item number, with the norms, and can we call up 8.1? That's to the staff. So I intend to refer to the text, so it'll be helpful to have it in front of us. And my comment has to do with the old saying that you should be careful what you wish for because you might get it. And and also with the Latin, which is my other interest. Can we call that up?
So, Mr. Stanley, you're welcome to give public comment and provide anything you want in support of that. We won't pull anything up tonight.
Oh, I was just going to refer to the text itself, so it would be, as an illustration, it would be simple.
Well, we've all read it,
You have it
so
in front
just
of
go
it.
ahead
Okay, all right.
and make your
My
reference.
concern is the list of the reasons why you might wish to have a remote, the new language in red, where it says IE, and that would be a list of all of the possible reasons why. If what you mean is those are examples, then I would change IE to EG, and that's the point of my comment. Okay, so you get to decide what you want it to be, but understand that it could be a problem if that's the limited number of things as opposed to the examples of the things. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Okay, do any of my colleagues wish to remove anything from the consent calendar? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciated the comment from the public speaker, so I would be open to changing IE to EG, which I think is what the public commenter was suggesting, which does make a lot of sense. So if something happens that doesn't fall within one of these three categories, we don't have to come back to the norms.
I would support that.
Me three.
Vice Mayor, how about if you make a motion that says we accept the consent calendar with that change?
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, at this point, we are going to open a public hearing pertaining to weed abatement appeals.
Thank you, Mayor. Assistant City Manager Zorns. So this evening, the council is considering a appeal hearing for any interested property owners that have presented themselves in the chambers. They each will be able to state their case as to why that they believe that their property should be removed. And that would satisfy the kind of appellant's kind of appeal to the council. The council then can kind of reconcile that individually or wholesome together with how many ever appeals are provided to the council tonight. What I will say is that of the just over 100 properties that were previously identified by the county, about half of them have since come off after further consideration, but also some of those property owners have just come into compliance by themselves prior to the date of this hearing, so that it would be essentially satisfactory to the county, or they might have maybe been placed on it incorrectly initially. So with that, the If the council doesn't have any questions, we can open it up to any of the specific appeals, and those individuals would need to line up and be able to provide their site address and the reasons for why they should be an appealable property under the weed abatement program.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Thank you. Director Zorns, is there an objective set of criteria that the council should be looking at as to whether or not to grant an appeal? Or is it in our subjective opinion?
It is subjective. I mean, I think also the appealable kind of request is also going to be subjective, so I think we'll have to reconcile it depending on what is presented to the council.
Thank you.
My question is probably along similar lines, but how can we rule on something when we haven't been to the property? I mean, ideally, we'd have the addresses beforehand so we could make site visits. We're really not going to have anything on which to judge whether we uphold or deny the appeal. Can you give some guidance?
So if there was individuals that are here to appeal, similarly to that, we would have something with like an administrative order that we do in our municipal code. They should be presenting their facts and evidence that helps present their case as to why this should be appealed to the council and not included on the property. I will say is that the inclusion of these properties on the list doesn't necessarily carry a big weight and burden other than the fact that they will be watched and maintained for the preceding years. And eventually they will come off of the county's weed abatement program if they maintain compliance. However, this is to be able to maintain orderly maintenance and anything for potential fire hazards, so on and so forth for the property. So it is in our benefit to obviously make sure that we're cautious with whatever is presented tonight.
Okay, do we have appellants that want to come forward? And will you, I think, check in with the clerk and make sure she knows?
So the best order of operation is if there's anybody that's here to appeal their weed abatement program, not public comment, but is to line up now and stay standing in order. And then we will collect a public comment card from you after you've spoken, and you'll need to provide us with the address as well.
I'm sorry, but just point of order.
Yes.
How are the appeals handled? Is this a typical appellant gets 10 minutes, staff can rebut, and appellant responds?
How many do we have? How many individual properties do we have?
So it to answer the council member's question, it is of the prerogative of the council. It's not a 10-minute standard rebuttal because this is not under the abatement procedures of the municipal code. This is a part of the countywide program. So this is a part of the formal process. So if you want to establish it by the 3-minute public comment procedure like we do for other comments, that's typical in other jurisdictions.
I'm not sure I'm going to go with 3, but I do want to have an indication of how many properties that we need to deliberate on tonight. Would you kindly raise your hand? Like if there's more than one person from your family, just raise one hand. So we're looking at, about a half a dozen. Is that right? Okay, I'm going to say 5 minutes to state your case. And then if staff has additional commentary they want to make, and then we'll deliberate. Yes.
Another point of order, or maybe clarification, but are we then going to vote after each appellant speaks, or are we going to let all 6 appellants speak and then consider it all together? My concern is that I'm going to remember what the last appellant said a lot better than what the first one said.
My intention is to vote after each one.
Thank you.
So for the order of business, it'll be 5 minutes to state your case. Then any additional
Mayor.
commentary staff needs to make. Then my colleagues will deliberate. And just one moment. And then we'll vote on each individual appeal and move to the next one.
We're going to vote before public comment then?
Hang on. With regard to public comment, at what point in the process is public comment appropriate, and is it appropriate?
I do have 3 speaker cards here. I'm wondering if they're standing, if they're appellants, so I can ask if these
if these names are appellants, just to clarify?
So this is the first time we've dealt with this process, and
Right.
I'm sorry that it's a little bit awkward, and I appreciate everybody's patience, and we'll try and be as patient as possible as well in our deliberations.
Because that may help us determine if these are appellants or if these are public comment speakers. I have Mimi Fung. Okay, so you're an appellant. Ellen Chu, an appellant. Dick Schreiber, are you public comment or are you an appellant as well?
I've already gone through the appeal myself, but I would like to make a comment.
Okay, so I'm guessing that he's part of a GF.
So if you have a public comment and not an appeal, I would like to take that public comment up front
So do
right
you
now before we go through the appeals. So you don't need to wait to hear. Yes, please. That way, and you'll have 3 minutes, and then and you don't need to wait for everybody else's appeal to make your comments.
Mayor, before you start public comment, I think we have a point of process here. Vice Mayor, did you want to go? Because I think maybe we're thinking, well, okay, all right. The concern was if we make individual decisions, we're missing the overall context, and we might make a decision for one appellant that later on we realize we didn't really have the full context, and we might have less ability to be equal in our decisions if we don't hear them all first.
So, Mayor,
Yeah, maybe some
we
advice,
have a
please?
representative from the county here who will be able to, we'd like to introduce yourself. He'll be able to review any information that's provided. Council can rule on the appeal tonight. You could also ask for staff to work with the county to identify if there's any deficiencies on the property currently. But if I apologize, we keep moving people up and away from the mic, but if the county representative could just introduce himself to the council.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Garrick Ioselewski. I'm the manager for the Weed Abatement Program for the County of Santa Clara Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency. I'm here to help answer any questions that may come up, and also, if it's helpful to you, I can also look at the photographs in real time of the properties that we're discussing tonight, and I can present them if there's a way for me to do so that you can make a better informed decision as to why they were originally put on the list and whether or not it's appropriate to remove them at this time.
Thank you. Stand by. To handle the point of process, I'm going to look to my colleagues and see what the consensus is. I'm okay with doing it either in sequence with a vote on each one or voting on them together. Councilmember Weinberg.
I
you-
would
you
prefer to
indicated-
vote with each individual applicant so it's fresh in our mind.
Okay. Councilmember Lang?
Would prefer to vote at the end.
Okay.
So, Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. You should, at the conclusion of each appeal, you should take a vote at that time, as there will be different and unique circumstances to potentially each property.
Okay, then.
Okay, yes.
Wait, I heard, I'm in the minority, but I heard 3 council members wanted to go all at the end. You're saying that we need to go each appellant we need to vote.
Don't need to. It's certainly the council's prerogative. However, you will have a better record if you take these individually.
Maybe Garrett from the county, should we do it individually or wait at the end? You're more experienced with this.
Yeah, good question. This being only my second month on the job and probably I think this is like my 4th public hearing of this sort. Every city seems to do it a little bit differently. But one thing that we did in Cupertino is all the hearings, all the public members came up and spoke. And then I went and met with them out in the chambers afterwards and then went over their cases with them and then came back with recommendations for the council afterwards. That seemed to work okay. Or if it's more appropriate, if you would all like to vote individually one by one, I can stand up here after everybody speaks, show you the photographs, and then let you decide what makes the most sense.
I kind of like the idea of what Cupertino does, let the applicants speak and then meet with the county representative
Yes.
and then get a recommendation from the county
Yes.
representative.
I agree.
That certainly sounds more productive than
Yes.
votes and whatever. I expect
Yeah.
agreements could be reached.
All right, I appreciate that, but that's not what we're going to do. We're going to do what I originally said. We're going to vote after each appellant speaks and staff has their input and county staff has their input and we have our deliberation, I know that it creates a little bit of a burden for you, but I've seen you take notes and I know you can do a good job. So that said, we're going to go ahead and move forward with the first appellant on the list.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just to clarify. So the process we're following is we're going to hear from all the appellants, and at the end, we deliberate and make a
No.
decision. Oh, what are we doing, Mayor?
We are voting after each appeal. Okay?
Point of order, I believe there was a public comment you were going to hear first.
We will ask for public comments as part of each appeal.
Okay.
Okay? So after we hear from the appellant and have questions, right? Then there will be an opportunity for public comment. If there is public comment, we'll take it. And if not, we'll just move to the next step. So you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mary Powell, and I live at 108 Bridgeton Court, about a quarter of a mile from here. And thank you very much for allowing me to come before you today. I want to give you a little bit of background, which is in January of 2025, we received a set of papers in a single mailing containing 3 things: a letter addressed to dear parcel owner, important notice to abate weeds. Number 2, City of Los Altos weed abatement program schedule and notice to destroy weeds. And number 3, a brochure on weed abatement from the Santa Clara County. These 3 items together I'll be referring to as the documents, okay? I spoke with Garrick. He was very helpful, and he showed me the 3 pictures of my property that he had been looked at in August of 2024, which is before you voted on to become part of the program, which I think is a problem. But I would like you to know that it is completely abated now, and that my intention is to keep them abated if I understand what abatement even means. Okay, so I have copies of my report, and I won't be able to get through it in 5 minutes in any way, shape, or form. But number 1, I want you to know that the weeds in the photos are not weeds. They are native grasses that were planted by myself very specifically to be sustainable, water-wise, beautiful native plants. Okay, number 1. I also had the help of a landscape designer, Thomas Klopp, who specified native grasses in our landscape. I could give you, and I have in my report, like 8 different things about why native grasses are so good for biodiversity, carbon sequestration, water, lack of use altogether, appropriateness in our landscape under our live oaks, and so on. But I won't go through each one. I want to also draw your attention to public landscaping around this building, the library, which is a county building, the city community center, which is a new building with beautiful new landscaping, all use native grasses and non-native grasses. And if you walked around it tomorrow in the daylight, you will see some of them this high, which are brown, dried out, not abated, not at the 6-inch level. I think those types of landscapes there and at the Packard Foundation are examples to us on what we should be planting in our own yards, and that's what I've done. Okay, in the paperwork that has been sent to all of us, it says our goal is voluntary compliance. However, I never got any advance notice. How can I voluntarily comply with something if I don't know about it before I get slapped with the, you are in the program for 3 years? Okay, how can I voluntarily take part in a program where I don't know what I'm being asked to do? In some cases, it says these weeds, my native grasses, should be destroyed and removed. In another page, it says they should be cut to no higher than 6 inches. What is compliance? The paperwork is very unclear. Voluntary and compliance also would give me time to do the compliance. And in the paperwork, it says these things should be done by April 25th, 2025, April 30th, 2025. It's not that yet, so I shouldn't be in the program yet. Anyway, I do think that voluntary compliance is essential because the way these inspections are done is they're done from the street, and only those parcels and those portions of parcels that are visible from the street can be inspected. So if you're only relying on what you can see from the street, you're going to miss well over 50% of the parcels, and it's not really fair. Okay, so problems with the documents. I don't know how I'm doing on time. The city code.
You know what? Let me interrupt you for a
Yeah.
second, okay? Because I think you've made a pretty strong case already, and I don't know that we need to get into the documents that much.
There is one. There are a couple of important things.
That's fine.
One
That's
is
fine.
that
Go ahead.
our city municipal code states that notices of this nature need to have the parcel address on them. These had no parcel address. They were anonymous, dear parcel owner. So they're not following our own municipal code. They also lack other things that are stated to be contained, such as a price list. No price is given, etc. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of contradictory stuff, inappropriate stuff. Finally, I do want to point out that I think it's highly inappropriate and invalid that the inspection happened in August, prior to the time that this city council voted on the program and accepted the program. Nobody was told their property was going to be inspected. We weren't given any education or opportunity to comply. I think that inspections need to be done in an open, transparent way and in a way that property owners are aware are taking place. So, in conclusion, I would like my property to be removed from the abatement program. I would also suggest that this whole thing be rolled back and relaunched with appropriate opportunity for voluntary compliance. And I will say to you that it is my commitment to stay in compliance once the fire season happens. I'm happy to do that. I would like a little bit more clarification from Garrick on what compliance means in my case. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to look to my colleagues and see if we have any questions for the appellant before I seek public comment. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get your address again, and thanks for your.
108 Bridgeton Court on the corner of Mount Hamilton.
Thank you.
Would anybody like a copy of my report? Well, I made 10, so I'll leave them here with this.
Thank you. We also have access to that already. So, other questions for the appellant? Council member? No? Okay, do we have any public comment on this appeal? Seeing none, then I will open the discussion. My point of view is pretty simple. They aren't weeds. We should grant the appeal. It's the same thing that I planted at my house.
So, Mayor, I just want to look to the county representative to see if he has anything to add or clarify based on what she said before I engage in the deliberation, just to make sure. We heard from her, but I want to make sure you confirm and clarify what she said.
Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify some of these things. The first point about the native grasses. Native grasses are not something that we're very concerned about. In the photos that I have here, it's hard to tell if it is a native grass or if it is just a tall, dry grass or a weed. I'm happy to share the photos and allow you to also make that determination of what it is. However, I would like to also just clarify a few of the other points that were raised. Regarding the unclear instructions and voluntary compliance by April 30th. I agree that there may have not been enough education and outreach done to the property owners before the inspections began. Just to clarify, the inspections that took place in August and September, I was not a part of the weed abatement program then, so I did not direct those. However, I know that one of our inspectors did survey the entire city to determine which properties would be appropriate to be added. The April 30th deadline is when we would actually start doing inspections in Los Altos and potentially start charging fees to property owners that are on the list. The point about the no parcel address being included in the mailing, that is not correct. Actually, we did mail out a blue return reply form, which was sent out to all the property owners, which did include their parcel number, their address, and then also that gives them the opportunity to respond back to us. The point about no price list being provided, there is a price list of our fees included in the packet of information, but there is no price for the contractor at this time because we actually just went through an RFP to get a new contractor. Our old contract expired, so we didn't have the new prices to provide to people yet. We actually just issued our notice of intent to have a new contractor just this week. And then I think I mentioned about the point about the inspections happening in August. This was done as a preemptive survey of the city to determine which properties to add. So they were not actually being inspected as they would normally be during our inspection process in the fire season. So those are just the points of clarification I wanted to make there. And I'm happy again to share any of the photographs that we have.
1 second. I have a question for the appellant. You can just nod your head, probably.
Sure.
I assume that since you hired a landscape designer and that you have, his original plan and the bill of materials for the things that you planted and things like that, I don't need to see them. But to me, that says these aren't weeds and this is really simple. You went through that, right?
Well, yes, I mean, and the other thing is I added seeds, which I specifically bought native grass seeds, and I personally planted them, thinking I was doing a really good thing.
Yeah. For me, your attestation is enough here, but I don't know if my colleagues will accept that. Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually, Garrett, I have a question for you. It sounded to me like what you said was someone looked at pictures of the property and couldn't tell if these were native grasses or weeds that should be abated. So the county assumed they were weeds that should be abated, and the property was placed on the list. Is that accurate?
So the standard that we look at for any kind of grasses are they above 6 inches in height? Once they become over 6 inches in height, that is when they become in violation with the minimum fire safety standards that we enforce. In the photographs, you can see that the grasses are about a foot tall, and it's not easy to tell that they're a intentionally planted native grass. I understand that there are native grasses like those bunch grasses that kind of sprawl out, and those are not the types of things we're concerned with, but this looks very similar to other types of situations that we've seen where it's not a native grass, where it is a weed.
Forgive me for being argumentative, but if those were native grasses, are they still a fire hazard, or are they only a fire hazard over 6 inches if they're a non-native grass?
Technically speaking, any grasses over 6 inches are considered to be out of compliance, but we're taking the approach that if they're intentionally planted decorative grasses, we sort of give them a little bit of leeway, but in general, that is the standard that we look for.
And how do you tell if they're intentionally planted decorative grasses?
Well, sometimes you can tell that a landscaper put those in. They look like they're part of some sort of nice landscaping design, and then other times they're just a bunch of random grass that's sticking up throughout somebody's yard. So we don't always know what the intention is, but if it looks like it wasn't really put there to make it look pretty, then we assume that it's something that's not being maintained.
Are you able to show us a picture from the August inspection?
Yes.
Of what Mayor, may we look at those?
How would you like me to present those? Can I plug my computer in here and show you?
If you could join the Zoom link that is on our agenda, then.
My internet connection is pretty slow right now because I'm running off my mobile hotspot, and the Wi-Fi in here didn't work for me. Sure.
Yeah, it would show Councilmember Weinberg. He's the one who wants to see it first.
Thank you. And I know we can't put the picture up on the screen. I will say, having looked at what the property appeared at when it was inspected, those do not appear to me to be decorative. They look different than the decorative grasses that we see at the Packard Foundation or on the city center campus. I'll say that.
May I show you the current pictures?
Wait, can
Some
I,
people got out of the program because they've already evaded.
I'm going to go to my colleague here.
okay, thank you. The question for you, so that photograph is from August. Is
August
that what you
12th.
said? Yeah, but when did we join the program?
So I'll clarify, the
Yeah.
city council authorized the participation of the
November.
program in June of 2024. Pictures and photographs were inspected in August and September, so they were within with when we executed our MOU with the county.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
And I just want to clarify the process with regards to how quickly individuals get on the list. Is there a notice period before you actually get put on the list, or is it automatic when you have the inspectors go out, they observe landscaping that they believe is in violation, they automatically get on the list? Is that the process?
No. So typically, and I can't speak for what was done in the past, but I can speak for what's going to happen moving forward because now I'm in charge of this. Typically, what's supposed to happen is if an inspector observes something in the field that doesn't look right, we will send the property owner a notice letting them know the date of the inspection, what we observed, and that we intend to add them to the list for the next season. Then during these public hearings is when the city council will approve that list for us to actually go and inspect those parcels for the following year or for the current year. So for example, this was taken in 2024. This is technically when we're adding properties, but we're not actually inspecting them with fees until 2025 after the city council approves the list. Does that make sense?
Would there be any possibility, either now or looking forward, to have an interim step in that process where you provide them the notice and they can somehow appeal or show you that they've made adjustments that are appropriate so that the only relief is not coming to a city council meeting and through this somewhat cumbersome process?
We can certainly consider adding some sort of iteration like that. I don't know that that's ever been done in this program, but it's something I'm willing to consider given the circumstances and the request.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you. Just following up on Councilmember Lang's question. Does the county have the bandwidth, the resources, where if someone gets a notice that they're in violation, they can then prove to the county that they have abated the program, get off the list, and then when it comes to the city council, it's already taken care of?
Potentially, there are certain situations where we do allow that. For example, if somebody builds or landscapes on their property in a sufficient manner to prevent those hazards from regrowing, then we're happy to remove them from the list before we get to this point in the process. However, our typical process is if we see somebody out of compliance, just because they come into compliance and cut their grass one time and show us doesn't really prove to us that they're going to continue that behavior. In our program, our policy is that we require 3 years of consecutive voluntary compliance before we remove somebody from the list once they have made it onto the list.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And last question. As the mayor mentioned at the beginning, this is the first time we're going through this process, hence all these questions. Are these inspections complaint-driven, or are your inspectors just driving around Los Altos and identifying homes?
It's both. So we do receive service requests from members of the public, and we do investigate those. But another way that properties get added to the program is when an inspector is doing their routine inspections and they notice a problem of property that's not already on the list, then that's when we'll send them that ad letter. For this particular case in Los Altos, none of them were complaint driven to my knowledge. My understanding is that at the time the manager requested that one of our inspectors go around the city and survey the entire thing.
Thank you. And Mayor, I'm ready.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Councilmember Weinberg.
If an appeal is granted but it is someone who, as the county is concerned, they're going to abate it once and then not do it again. Are they then going to come onto the list next year as if it were the first time?
Yes, if we take somebody off the list and then say the next year we see that the problem has reappeared, then we'll start the process all over again with them.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have finished our deliberation on this appeal, unless any of my colleagues have more to add or ask. Councilmember
Point
Lang.
of view of deliberation, I'll say both for the benefit of this appellant and for some of the ones coming up. This is a new program. It's clearly new for the residents. It's clearly new for the county, at least the gentleman who's here with us. By the way, sir, I appreciate you coming out. No one can accuse you from hiding from the public. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. But considering that it's new for both sides, my inclination for this appeal and for the other ones is to grant grace. That to me, the use of the full weight of all this for now should be reserved for more recalcitrant cases. This seems like a case where the homeowner in good faith wants to do the thing. And clearly all of us have watched the terrible pictures from Southern California. All of us are intent on doing our part to make sure that we don't have fires here. But I don't know that we need to use a heavy-handed method to accomplish that for people who are encountering this program for the first time. Clearly, the county is learning how to streamline things. I appreciate you being here and open-minded about that. Appreciate the homeowners are all here to talk about that. So I'll just say that once, so I don't have to keep saying it again and again for everyone in line. But considering the newness of the program, I'm going to be very inclined towards extending grace in this and subsequent cases that we hear tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg, you have something else?
Thank you. Sorry. Two things. One, I would like to see the pictures of what the property looks like now, if we could see that. And then just for clarification, I think I know the answer to this, but just so it's on the public record, can someone on staff, or Garrett, maybe you can answer the question, what exactly does it mean if we uphold an appeal, and what exactly does it mean if we deny an appeal?
So if you uphold one of these appeals and decide to, I apologize.
Closer to the mic.
If you decide to uphold one of these appeals, then we will remove them from the list. They will not be included in the list for 2025, and then that'll be that. Unless we see there's a problem again, then we'll go through this process again next year.
Thank you. When we see the photos of what the property looks like now?
Yes.
By the way, the paperwork that I got said that you voted on November 12th on the 24th. So I haven't heard anything about it.
I can clarify that November comment is about
Got it.
when the resolution was passed declaring weeds a public nuisance. That's the date.
Thank you. That's all I needed to see.
Okay, we have the Vice Mayor wants to.
No, I'll be brief. I agree with all the comments and points that Councilmember Lang made, and I'm aligned with his position. I mean, obviously, we may still give each appellant an opportunity to present their case and hear from the county if that's where majority is. But I'm definitely inclined to have the same approach across all the cases that are before us today, based on the fact that this is a new program. And I won't say what Councilmember Lang has already said, but I agree with his points, and that's why I'm aligned with where he is right now. Thanks.
All right, let's call the question on this appeal, please. City Clerk? A yes vote upholds the appeal.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was, yes, a yes vote upholds the appeal. I wanted to get clarification on that, but yes, a yes vote upholds the appeal, a no vote would deny the appeal. Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries to uphold the appeal.
All right, so next appellant, we'll go through the same process. I think as we go through these, maybe we'll get a little quicker. You can see what moves us by watching prior appellants. So go to school on the people who go before you. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Vice Mayor and everybody else. My name is Mimi Feng, and my property address is 1505 Oakhurst Avenue. When they took the picture in August, my property is under construction. And currently, it's January and it's still under construction. So the pictures that they took, it has a fence line, and it still has a fence line. So I'm currently living in San Jose. I'm still living there. So hopefully I'll be a part of Los Altos very soon, but I'm still not here yet. I intend to hire a landscaper to design and improve the landscape overall. And also, when I get the building permit, I was required as part of the permit to do a shoulder improvement as well. So what I'm asking is please give me time to improve my property and to make it look nice. And so I have taken some pictures of the property, of the outside of the property 2 weeks ago. And what you can see is still fences. So what I'm asking for is leniency, and if I may take care of this property when I move in.
It sounds like what you're saying too is that part of the construction plan and part of the approved plans for the project will address some of the issue. Is that a fair summary?
Definitely.
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, just one moment. Okay, Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a lot of construction on my street. Just because you have a fence and you're under construction doesn't mean you shouldn't get rid of the grasses that are clearly weeds in the cases that I've seen. I'm not talking about yours. I haven't seen yours. Just because you're under construction doesn't excuse you from abating things that are clearly not landscaping. And I've been exposed to this, and it's a hazard. So do you have pictures, or does Garrett have pictures?
I have pictures now, and I'm sure
Because a fence doesn't
Sure.
preclude taking care of high weeds behind a fence.
Of course. And when he took the picture, I didn't even have pavers. So now I have pavers. So I don't know how much I should look into my property to take pictures for you. There's no, is there a guideline? So all I'm asking for is I need a guideline to tell me where should I take pictures from.
Yeah. So a little bit further, a little bit more on Councilmember Meadows' point. I think what we're looking for from you while you're in construction is to make sure that you do not have fire hazards that put your neighbors' homes in jeopardy. And as long as you are doing that, I don't think anybody can hold you to a standard of having sophisticated landscaping before you've built your house there. So, but the key is, get rid of the fire hazard.
Sure.
Right? So you have current pictures?
Yes.
Can we see?
Yeah.
May we also see the original photos from the county?
Yes, and if the county would show us the original ones, that'd be great.
I can try to.
Can we see beyond that? Okay, do we have questions for the appellant?
I have a question.
Yes, please, Councilmember Lang.
So, question, sort of a clarification. From some of your remarks, it sounded to me like you might have understood this as being an aesthetic issue. You saying like, don't worry, I'm going to landscape it really nicely so it'll look great, and I'm sure that it will.
I understand that it's about weeds and danger of fire.
Correct. Thank you.
That's what I understand.
So I guess my question to you is, can you make a commitment to us that from now until the real landscaping goes in, you'll work with the construction people to make sure that weeds are removed reasonably promptly, weekly, whatever the right rhythm is, particularly because I point out that construction sites tend to be extra fire hazards. You have people using propane torches to do plumbing or whatever. So it's important, probably important to nobody on earth more than you, right? So the suggestion and the request I'm making, can you make a commitment to us that you'll work with the contractors to make sure no weeds and no fire hazard
Of course,
exist?
yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the appellant? Okay. Any public comment on this appeal? I see one hand raised. Mr. Bear, if you have a card to submit to the...
Already been submitted.
Perfect. Instead of 3 minutes, because we have so many appeals.
I'll be brief.
Awesome. Thank you.
When
Appreciate
I saw this on the agenda, I did a Google search to look at several of the properties. And what astounded me was they looked like landscape, not weeds. So one man's weed is another person's landscape. The process you have in place now, and I'm not blaming council for this, is convoluted, obtuse, and ridiculous. You are spending valuable time doing something that should be done at a staff level. And to continue this just continues the absurdity of this process. Please, for your sake, for the community's sake, figure out a better process. Larry, I agree with you. But, just to continue these appeals and torture these people for another 2 hours and then torture the people who are here for other agenda items that don't involve weeds seems to be beyond the realm of reasonability. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more public comment, I'll bring it back to my colleagues for deliberation. I will make my comment, which is to say we have a commitment from this resident to address the fire hazard, and I'm inclined to grant the appeal in this instance. I think going forward, we will get this process more refined. We have to, because it's not working super well right now. But yeah, at the outset, I am definitely biased towards showing grace to the appellants. Other comments from my colleagues? Vice Mayor.
I agree, Mayor, and I'm consistent for the same reasons why I upheld the appeal for the first appeal. I likewise will be granting and upholding this appeal. And I also agree with your comments. We had the appellant commit to going forward that she will address the issues we have raised today. And so I'll take her for her word. And as we move forward, I hope the members of the public listening will understand that, as Councilmember Meadows said, not because your home is under construction or you're doing construction on the parcel, it means somehow you're exempt from maintaining your yard. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I am concerned that we haven't seen any evidence of an actual abatement, but I will take the appellant at her word. I don't think that there's a point in leaving the property on the list right now, but if we find out next year that abatement is needed again, it'll be disappointing.
Agreed. Okay, City Clerk, will you call the question, please, or take the roll on this, please?
Just a reminder, yes is to uphold, no is to deny. Councilmember Meadows.
Being particularly sensitized to this, no, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
The appeal is upheld. Thank you.
Okay, so next. Please state your name and the address to start with.
I'm Michael Hand. This is my mother, Lillian Hand, and the address is 983 Lorraine Avenue. I just want to state that my mother grew up on that property, so she's been there for 75 years. So this is kind of a rare instance where something happened, and was mainly due to my health. This past summer, I was not able to get in there and do a thorough cleaning like I normally do. Typically do it quarterly, and I do have the dates that I have, gone there in this past year, I always log it. So I do have that information, but it was April and November and January of this past year, but I did not get in there in the middle of the summer, which was due to health reasons again. One of the issues that we have is the property behind the house. The I don't know if you can hear me very well there. The hedge of theirs basically is over the property line, and it did require talking to them, and it's very difficult sometimes dealing with the neighbors. So we had to do some vertical pruning, and it isn't a true 10 feet, but it's as far back from the property that we could go. So I do have plenty of photos of the maintenance we've done since this we were notified, and I'd like to kind of share that with you real quick.
And these are after you've gone in? Okay. Looks very nice.
You can see that the property behind is pretty close. Had to do some vertical pruning.
That's a good question.
What did I need to show?
Yeah. The city attorney says you don't have to. Okay, questions for the appellant? Okay, public comment on this appeal? All right, no questions, no public comment. We'll take it for deliberation. Seeing the pictures, I'm inclined to grant the appeal. I'm sorry for your health concerns, and I hope that they're past you. Commentary from colleagues?
Hope you didn't get in too much trouble with your mom.
No.
All right. I'm still pulling weeds and doing my mom's yard too. I thought I was done when I was a teenager, but some things never change. All right. We'll go ahead and call the question. City Clerk, will you take the roll on this vote, please?
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Appeal is upheld.
Thank you.
All right. We've got next appellant.
Good to go.
Hi, my name is Steve Carlson. I'm here on behalf of my father, Richard Carlson, who's the resident property owner. He is 86 years old and has Alzheimer's. Oh, I'm sorry. 945 Linda Vista Way. I'm here on his behalf. We similarly were not aware of the program and got the notice once we were already in violation. We have contacted landscaper to come, or not landscaper, but a gardener to come in and cut things down. We'd already done that since the inspection had happened, just didn't realize that there was a specific requirement to do so. So we've now engaged someone to come in regularly, and we have someone coming in Friday, and it's better than it was, but it's going to be even better in a couple of days. So that's the presentation there. There is a mix of native. My mother planted a lot of the garden. There's things like California poppies, things like that. Sometimes they don't look in the off season like they're robust landscaping, but they come back and they're endangered. So that's why some of that is there too.
Okay, great. Do we have questions for this appellant? Public comment? Okay. Deliberation, I'm going to say more or less the same thing that I've been saying. All right, let's call the question. Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes, quick comment in the future. If there's no evidence of abatement at all in future years, I'm probably not going to vote yes on these.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Appeal is upheld.
And for the public that may not understand the context of Councilmember Weinberg's remark, it wasn't pertaining to the pictures that we just saw. That yard was well cleaned up. But I'm with him. If we grant an appeal and then the same property comes back before us again, We're not going to forget. All right, next appellant, please.
My name is Ellen Chu. My property is 474 Casita Way. So I got this letter by surprise. After my high-tech career, I actually went to Foothill College, and I have a degree in environmental horticulture. Normally, it's a 2-year program, but I spent 4 years and completed the program. When I get out of the program, the two things that I really learned what I want to do with my yard is to save water. If I were to use water, it's either for edible or something to increase the biodiversity of my yard. So back to my yard. After we remodeled our property, we decided not to put another lawn, nor plastic, whatever, artificial lawn. So we just let things grow natural. By that, I mean I grow a lot of California natives. Poppies is one of the highlight. And then it turns out the birds bring in other natives like clarkia and also lupin. So I kind of let my garden grow a little bit wild. I'm a member of the garden club, and the garden club with the city of Los Altos, we always run those plant exchange. So I have to save the seeds for the plant exchange to encourage others to do the same. On top of that, last year, I was asked to help a nonprofit in Santa Cruz County in Ben Lomond. And that property doesn't have much native, so I purposely saved the native plants and collected the seeds and sprouted there. After that, I actually clean up everything after I collect the seeds, and I have picture to show. So I'm pretty active with gardening, garden club, and also the museum that our club helped maintain. And then the year before, I think, I'm also a volunteer at the Senior Center of Los Altos as a tech tutor. And 2 years ago, I think, I ran through 2 workshops for the senior to grow something really easy at home, basically sprouting. And I think Sally may also be in there. I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
Not that particular class, but if I'd known about it, I would have been.
Yeah. So I think, again, my background is like very much involved in the environmental horticulture.
So the premise of your appeal is that these aren't weeds; they're native plants,
Right.
and that it's actually a planned, it's planned landscaping, even if it's wild looking. The plan is for it to be wild looking.
No, wild looking, And then after I received the letter, I took pictures and I sent it to Madeline. And then I spoke with Garrett today. I thought that Madeline would, forward the email. But anyway, I have those pictures on my phone. So I can show you, like, afterwards I clean up everything. And there's no weeds, what you call. Yeah. So I'm appealing to have my name.
Can we see the county picture?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Would you like me to come up and show you?
Yeah. Can I bring it up? Oh. Yeah, this is what I said.
Wasn't sure I was going to need it. All right. Do we have questions for the appellant? Do we have public comment on this appeal? Do we need to discuss it? Do you have comments
I
for
have
the deliberation?
one comment that's
Please,
really
Councilmember
broader
Lang.
this one. I'm just seeing a pattern emerge, and I would like to sort of register this, I guess, perhaps with our friends from the county. So I'm torn, right? Because on the one hand, of course, we're very excited about the native planting. I applaud the study you've done, and you're sharing your knowledge with everybody else, and I think that's generally a good thing, right? Particularly because you have something next to the Civic Center and near the museum and all this sort of stuff, right? So clearly that's going on. On the other hand, another natural part of California vegetation is it burns, right? That is part of the natural life cycle, which when it's far away from people isn't that big a deal, but there's a lot of people in Los Altos, right? And so this isn't going to affect, you've cleaned up, so it's not going to affect this, but it's more a general thing, which is, it seems like something that would be very useful to residents going forward would be some sort of best practices of how we balance that between people who are doing their very best to use native plants, water, drought-tolerant plants, which is something to be applauded and we want to encourage. On the other hand, if we let it get too wild, you know, it could, we don't be so natural that it's burning the way California did before anybody was here, right? So to me, there's a sort of knowledge gap here and a threshold gap here that for future years, not going to affect my thinking on this particular one, where I think the community would be well served. You're nodding, so that's good, by some balancing of that so that we can all understand that and be more objective about how we think about balancing the desirability and the risk of native plants. That's all I have to say.
Sounds to me like it's potentially a new business item to bring up or something to refer to the Environmental Commission for further study. But I do agree that we're going to need to have some more objective guidelines to go by. Because right now, it's he said, she said. He said it's a weed, and she said it's native plant. Weeds are native plants too, by the way, but okay, so Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add to the comments about better informing the community and residents, and it's throughout the county, it's not just Los Altos, and I know you're 2 months on the job, but as you manage this program, does the weed abatement program in the county already have brochures that could address this? Because ideally, instead of giving it to our environmental commission, we could use some county funds to create these brochures that we can share with our residents, informing them about the program, how it works, defining what's a native plant, what's viewed as a native plant, the height requirement. This information that will be really helpful, not just for Los Altos, but throughout the county.
Yeah, good question. We do have a brochure. It was mailed out with a packet of information to all the residents. Was just updated late last year. It was previously a black and white, very text-heavy brochure that read like a IKEA furniture instructions. But we are working on improving that and making it more digestible to the public. And we are in the process of improving our outreach efforts as well, which were a little bit lacking in previous years. But it is one of my goals as I take over this role to up our education and outreach in terms of making sure everybody's aware of what the regulations are.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, thank you. One point I think that should be taken into the education is, and maybe even for the inspection cycle, is August is really the height of the dryness of the plants, but is before you start cutting them back. And so a lot of the grasses don't get cut back until the November through January, February timeframe. So you're going to catch everybody with grasses in August because they're dry, but you're not going to cut them back yet. So there needs to be some ability to look at the cyclical nature of plants and make sure we're not going out when everything is going to be at driest, but it's not, it's not been whacked back. So I would like to see that in the brochure. I think the county should deal with it and share with staff, and let's not take it to a commission.
I'm fine with that, but
If I may just add a comment to that. So our inspections take place in Los Altos from April 30th until October 31st. So I understand what you're saying, but that is the season that we do our inspections. And so that is when we would expect that they are cut back. Otherwise, they will be in violation.
okay. So Vice Mayor?
Mayor, I just want to, I forgot the appellant's name, but she mentioned she's a member of the Garden Club and also does a class with the Senior Center. Help us spread the word, right? Especially part of the Garden Club, let them know about this weed abatement program so that they can also be aware of it and put the best practice in place. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on this appeal.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Appeal is upheld.
Thank you.
All right, next appellant, please.
Good evening,
And
everyone.
thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm William. She's my wife, John. We stay in the 713 Sunshine Drive in Los Altos. 713 Sunshine Drive, Los Altos. Sorry, first time doing this. We be here at Los Altos for 2 years. We like here. A lot of natures, glass, trees, all here. That's the things we like here. The things, yeah, we pretty surprised us because we get this mail, I think, end of December, maybe 1st of the January, but we never know the guidelines. Be here 2 years, no one tell us what to do. We just say it's a beautiful place to stay. And then second thing is I think I checked with them. It's a picture take at August 22 or August 23. So in the summer, we bring our son to the vacations. So basically, we stay more than a month outside. We come back in the first week. I think when the school open, it's pretty much first week of August. So basically, we're out there. There's no one to take care of these, and then we pretty much try to save the water, so we don't use too much water to be into. So everything looks dry, pretty dry outside. And I look at the pictures. I think most of them is on the driveway or sidewalks. So inside the garden, it creates natural glass. It's pretty nice. So I have the picture for now. It looks beautiful. It's greens and all the flowers there. I think that's all I want to say. Yeah.
Yes, actually, after we come back from...
Move a little closer to the mic, please.
Actually, after we come back from the out of town, and we immediately cleaned our...
Yeah, we cleaned them.
Yeah,
it's very nice now.
It's very nice now, and actually we cleaned that last year. Yes.
Yeah. After pretty much after second week of August. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please. In general, I think we're going to want to see the county photo on every one of these. All right. Questions for the appellant?
It sounds like you have a pattern of going out of town, perhaps visiting family, whatever you're doing. About how long are those absences, and do you have any arrangements made to keep?
We will do it this year, basically. Yeah, usually we take 1 month. Oh, yeah, around 1 month. We'll bring them to the travel.
And during that month, are you making any arrangements to make sure that the landscape is trimmed?
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll do.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Public comments on this appeal? Seeing none, then I'll bring it back to council for our deliberation. The pictures showed that they took care of it when they came home, and the resident says now they know, and they'll take care of it going forward, so I'm inclined to grant the appeal. Other comments? All right, City Clerk?
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Thanks.
Appeal is upheld.
Thank you.
All right, next appellant.
I'm Shauna Miller here on behalf of Catherine Miller, spelled with a C, 585 Cuesta, Cuesta Drive. We had questions about what exactly was intended. Like the 6 inches, is that only once things are dry? Or is that throughout that entire April through October, is it only allowed to be 6 inches high? The material that we received also referenced both fire prevention and weed abatement, i.e. like trees. So we have a cedar tree that is, 10 feet from the house or less. Do we need to remove that? Is that part of this, or is this strictly the tall grasses? I don't have any pictures. I didn't realize that we would have the opportunity to request to be withdrawn tonight. I have not seen the pictures from when they visited. I'm fairly confident we have fixed it, but given that we were not told specifically what was wrong on our property, we were just given a list of, here's all the potential things. I can't guarantee that we did fix it, but if we can take a look at the picture that he has, I can tell you whether we have addressed it. The only other question I have is that I know we have trimmed trees. We have several California peppers. We have manzanita. We trim them. We do have 2 yard waste containers. The trimmings do not all fit. And technically, a brush pile would be a fire hazard. Is there any leeway for a week, 2 weeks in order to cut that up and put it in, or does it all need to be gone when we cut it down?
I don't have definitive answers to every one of your questions, but they are going to be answers that we're going to be seeking over time to make sure that everybody's on the same page with how we do this. I don't think we're dealing with trees right now. I mean, that would be more of a fire-wise concern.
Right. It was in the packet. It had both. That's why we were confused.
My assumption is that was extraneous.
Okay.
Unless I see from the picture that there's some particular tree that looks like a weed or something.
Or is dead.
So let's go ahead and see the county picture for starters, and then I will look to my colleagues for questions of the appellant.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
Ms. Miller, did you contact anyone at either the county or the city to find the answers to the questions that you just asked tonight?
We thought that it was better served to come to the meeting because we figured there would be open comment and other people might benefit from the questions. And I can say that, yes, we have cut the corner down to, 3 inches or something. And I can certainly email Garrick photos of that tomorrow.
For me, that's good enough. I would like to have seen a picture, but I'll take you at your word. And from the county's picture, what we're dealing with is not, all of the elements of your yard that you described, but simply just that particular.
Well, and that corner specifically, we have been planting, again, the California natives. So those tall, they were blooming in probably July. And I believe the intent was to leave them so that the seeds could reseed. I don't know how quickly that happens, right? So if at this point this picture was taken and, hey, yeah, all the seeds are down, you need to cut that, then great, we can make sure that we do that next year. But we wanted to make sure that they reseeded.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted clarification from the county on the tree issue. How trees play into the weed abatement program, does it apply?
Yes. So when it comes to trees, we look at a few things. One is, are the limbs of the trees getting too low to the ground? So if they're within 6 feet of the ground, we ask that they are limbed up to at least 6 feet. We also look to see if there are any tree branches that are getting too close to a chimney, because that heat source from a chimney can ignite a tree. So we look to make sure that trees are not within 10 feet of any chimneys. We also look to see if there are any dead trees or dead tree material potentially on somebody's roof or in somebody's gutters. Those are kind of things that we're looking at too. But in general, trees are not a concern unless they're meeting one of those criteria. And I can also speak to some of the other questions about the timing. Is it 6 inches only when it's dry, or any time that it's 6 inches or above 6 inches during that time frame that we're requiring compliance. And we do also give a 15-day window. So if we do see that a property is out of compliance, we will send out a courtesy notice to let them know they have 15 days to correct the problem before we come back out potentially with our contractor to do the abatement for them.
Any other questions? Public comment on this appeal? Okay. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. While I'm willing to take the applicant at her word that some abatement has taken place, the fact that she didn't know what abatement, what qualified as abatement, and we have no photographs, leaves me in a position where I don't think that I could either grant or deny the appeal. I would propose kicking it over for 2 weeks so that we could see photographs of what the applicant has done after the applicant has been able to get clarification of what actually needs to be done.
Vice Mayor?
So I'm going to be consistent with my rulings on the other appeals. The primary reason why I've been upholding the appeals is the fact that our program is new. I'm concerned about the fact that these residents did not receive advance notice, as the county representative explained that moving forward they'll start to do. And so regardless of whether ideally, yes, I would have loved to see the property with the weed being abated or cut to the appropriate levels. But for me, I'm willing to uphold the appeal, again, going back to the fact that this is a new program. We're going to give them grace. Obviously, as Councilmember Weinberg has said before, if these addresses appear next year on the list, that will definitely be part of the consideration in whether or not I uphold an appeal. So for me, I'm still willing to uphold the appeal for the reasons I've stated, consistent with the other cases.
Councilmember Lang.
Would you be willing to commit to take some pictures and send them to the representative of the county and make a good faith effort to make sure the abatement is in line with what they want done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on this appeal.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
The appeal is upheld.
Thank you.
All right, next appellant.
Hi, my name's Colin Kanuski. I'm a grandson and caregiver for my grandfather, Kenneth McMurray. We live at 1541 Neston Way, which when they look it up, they're going to see that it is quite the jungle. I've been his caregiver for about the last 7 years, and this in January was the first notice that we've really gotten of any sort of weed abatement. I can show you some Instagram videos of me tackling the jungle in years prior, but the jungle certainly grows back. In truth, we probably are one of the qualifying candidates for this weed abatement, but at the same time, I do feel like there's a lot of information that we just have not been given as residents. I heard earlier you said that there was 100 total people, and that through appeals, 50 people have been taken off. So is that correct? Is that about the right numbers for Los Altos?
So there was over 100 properties that were previously identified, and the vast majority of those individuals who contacted the county directly were discussed and reanalyzed by the county staff, and then they were removed from the program. So those are people that would not have come tonight because they're not under consideration tonight.
Okay, and I guess the reason why I asked that a little bit is I have no clue how many people in our community have been affected by this. In talking to my neighbors, I ran into one at the grocery store over at Lucky. That was the last time my grandfather would have been coming here. There used to be a hole in the fence between our house and Lucky, and he was one of the few people that combated against it because of all the people that would loiter at our house. And right now, the big thing that I have in question for a lot of those 50 people that are still do have questions, the pamphlet that it seems like you guys also haven't really seen. I know you have a copy of it. Have you guys actually seen the fold-out pamphlet? It's a little wild that we're actually voting on appeals for something that you guys haven't even seen all the literature on. And it's just, there's a lot of questions that I have with it only being 50 of us that are needing support in this community. I know for me, it would mean a lot if somebody could actually come to my door and not just take pictures out of the car, but so that I could actually talk with somebody so I know how I can comply, so that I can actually be taken off of the list. I would have loved to have been able to start working on this back at the beginning. We got notice on this in January. I immediately took off on a vacation to visit family and friends, and then came back, and I've been back for about a week. I've tackled a little bit. I started getting that weed whacker out there a little bit, but I'd love to be able to just get a little bit more information and guidance to know going forward what I can do to make sure that we don't stay on this list. It's just me and my grandpa. I don't have the means to hire a whole team to take out trees if we need to have trees taken out. We have a mention that of chimneys. We have a chimney in our house. We haven't lit that chimney in about 40 years. We have a big giant heater and like a gas heater in the house. So there's no reason why that chimney would ever get used anymore. But a tree is going to have to get cut down because of that. So there's stuff like that I just have a lot of questions, and I'm hoping to be able to get just a little bit more guidance as I start to work on tackling this major jungle that we have at our house.
All right, let's have a look at the county picture and see where we can go from there.
So I think the issue is mainly with the tree getting
buttons are complicated for me. On off.
I would just like to clarify, I forgot to mention one aspect of trees that we look for is when they come up under the eaves of a roof. That's another potential fire hazard, because if a tree catches on fire, it can catch the house on fire. So with that said, I think the main issue that our inspector saw was the trees getting potentially too close to the roof and maybe getting into the eaves of the roof and not onto the roof of the houses. There are some other photos that some leaves, but that is like
All right, questions for the appellant?
I'm a little concerned, right, because you're using the word jungle, which does not sound like a synonym for abated. You're talking about how it's overwhelming for you, and I'm sympathetic for that. And by the way, thank you for taking care of your grandfather. I mean, we owe you the support that we can give you for that. But it does sound like you're somewhat overwhelmed, and so probably not as much abatement as we might want has happened. And what I'm particularly hearing is that you're challenged to figure out how to do abatement going forward. And so to me, the concern is that the problem is there and is likely to linger. And so it's difficult to give a pass to a situation that is likely to remain a hazard. I don't know how to address that right off the top of my head, but it does give me pause compared to the other appeals where they said didn't understand, now it's cleared. That's not the case here, and so that's a concern for me.
City manager, can you describe what happens if the county has to come in and abate?
The county would be happy to answer that question.
There you go. Better.
Sure. So if the county contractor is required to go and do the abatement, they will go and do whatever work is necessary to bring that property into a fire safe condition, and that will be directed by us directly. We'll give them a work order telling them specifically what to do. The property will be charged fees in addition to what it costs the contractor to abate the property. So it unfortunately does get rather expensive for property owners when our contractor is required to do that work. So that's why we strongly encourage voluntary compliance so that we don't have to ever get to that point.
And so then if the property owner, they come out and abate, then there'll be another hearing on the assessment, right? It would come back and then you'd adopt a resolution for these fees to be assessed like a tax on the next property roll, but that would be another hearing in front of you. But they will lien or assess the property.
Let's try and avoid that. I think it sounds like that's something to be avoided.
So, Mayor,
are you? Yes, just 1 second, please, City Manager. Are you going to be able to get the property fire safe?
Yeah, I mean, if I can get guidance on what on our property are going to be the weeds that I need to be taking. I mean, there are those tall frond grasses that we have. They've been there for 45 years. I mean, they've been there. My grandpa used to have a Zen garden on the side of the house, and a lot of that, my dad's going to be coming down. He's talked about being able to come down to help out. I mean, we'll tackle it. It's just a matter of I need more guidance than just a little pamphlet to know that we're going to be compliant or non-compliant.
So, Mayor, I was hoping I could get the county to explain what happens if an appeal is not upheld. The county inspector would go on site, meet with the property owner, tell them what needs to be abated. I believe they then have 15 days after that guidance to abate. Is that correct? If I'm wrong, can you explain to council what the program is if an appeal is not upheld?
Sure. So first of all, we are willing to meet any property owner at their property at their request to talk to them about what needs to be done before we even come out to do our inspection. But once the inspection season starts and our inspector goes out there, if they deem that that property has failed, we're no longer in the process of just meeting with them preemptively. So if the gentleman requests us to come out, we're more than happy to do so and explain what we're looking for. But once an inspector goes out there and if the property does fail the inspection, then they would receive a 15-day notice letting them know they're out of compliance, that we're going to then come back in 15 days or more to re-inspect the property. If the property is then deemed out of compliance still, then we would potentially have our contractor go out and do the work at that time if we had already been granted consent by the property owner. However, if the property owner did not at that point grant us consent to abate the property on their behalf, we would have to go and seek a warrant from a judge, which is an additional fee for us to have the property abated by our contractor.
About how long does it take if a resident asks you to have somebody come out and look at their property? If this appellant asked today, more or less.
If he asked today, we could potentially send somebody out this week to go talk to him.
Okay. I have questions for you about your own personal schedule, because the clock starts ticking when you get, if we go this route and you ask the county to come out and look and give you an explanation for what you need to do, that's going to start a 15-day clock for you.
Yeah,
No?
that's what I'm kind of...
No, sorry. Just to clarify, right now we're not in the fire season, so if we went out before April 30th, he still has time up until April 30th to abate the property on his own. April 30th is when our inspector would officially go out to do their inspection for the season. That's when the clock would start ticking, is after April 30th when we go and do that inspection.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the inspector goes out on April 30th, or that will be the earliest date?
That would be the earliest date. That's the compliance deadline for all property owners in Los Altos. So after that date, then it's basically fair game for us to go and do the inspections up until October 31st.
So you have about 90 days until the compliance period begins. And assuming you can get somebody out to explain, hey, this tree needs to be limbed to here, and these grasses need to be cut down, and so on, 90 days would be...
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, 90 days is enough time. So long as I have a list of stuff that I can actually work with, and they're telling me what's going to be compliant and non-compliant on the property, it gives me like something to actually work towards. So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions for the appellant from the dais? All right. Public comment? All right. Deliberations? Any remarks from council? All right.
Mayor?
Councilmember Meadows.
Just one quick thing. It's also to your benefit, because I don't know your insurance situation, but insurances are looking for, if they see a branch hanging over your roof, your insurance is going to be gone. So it's to your benefit to do this anyway. And that'll be a lot more costly in the long run if you lose that. So...
Thank you.
Okay. City Clerk, let's go ahead and take a vote on this.
Can I just say one thing before?
Yes, please.
I just want to say, we're extending some trust here, or I think we're about to, right? I am anyway, right? And because we're hearing good faith from you, that you want to keep the place safe, you want to keep your grandpa safe, you want to keep the neighbors safe, right? We're trusting you to keep your word about that, right? And make every expeditious effort, right? Obviously, if that trust were not upheld, that might make us less happy, right? So I'm urging you to really keep that trust and so forth, because I really, really don't think the community is well served by putting you and your grandpa into some sort of punitive grinder, which is not right. So it sounds like you want to get it done.
I hear that. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Thanks. That's what I want to
All right.
say.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just have a clarifying
We have one
question
more.
for the county. I do. Obviously we're upholding all the appeals so far. We have one left, it appears. No, he's a public commenter. And I'm curious, for these properties that were on the list this year, is it the practice of your office to revisit those properties this coming inspection season because they had the violation this past year?
Can we get quiet in the audience?
for clarification, you're asking if they're approved on the list for this year. Are we going to be re-inspecting them in 2025?
So for example, this property that the appellant has described as a jungle, if we were to uphold the appeal, obviously giving him grace today, the inspection period starts in April, and I know it goes through October. Does your office then revisit these sites? Because even if they got taken off, because I see that you're actively taking them off tonight, do you keep track of these properties so that you can go back during the inspection season and visit these properties?
They will remain in our database. However, they'll remain as an inactive or a voided out property on our list. So it won't be necessarily our priority to reinspect these. However, if we're in the neighborhood and we see it and we see that it's a problem, then that's when it would get flagged to be added back onto the list for the following season.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and take a vote on this appeal, please.
Councilmember Lang?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Appeal is upheld.
Thank you.
All right, next appellant.
Hi, Mark Clifford, 479 Los Altos Avenue. And I want to say I did speak to Garrick and Maddie, who took the pictures of my property. They were very helpful, very nice. I guess what bothers me a little bit, and I don't think it's been mentioned here, is there an inspection fee every year of $106.50? Is that right, Garrick?
This year, the inspection fee is $105.
Sorry.
The inspection fee does change year to year based on our program costs and the number of properties in our program.
And I don't have a problem with that if I'd known I was going to be on the list, but just getting a message out of the blue or a mailing in January, and it's a fairly large property, a little over 2 acres, and I can't have a tractor go out this time of year because the ground gets really compacted and it's too muddy. So I couldn't have got in compliance in time for this meeting unless I went out with a hoe or something, and it's a lot of hoeing. So I think Garrick can show you the pictures. I'm guilty as charged. I do have it rotivated every April. That's, again, very time sensitive because if it's too wet, the rototiller ends up looking like a rolling pin. It's 10 foot wide. And if it's too late, it's real dusty and I get to meet all my neighbors over again. So I guess, I don't know what the point of my appeal is other than I wish I'd had some notice ahead of time before I was added to the program. And I don't see a problem keeping up with that. The other thing that I think would be nice, and it sounds like you could do, is have an inspection at a certain time, because we often leave town for a month at the end of August, September, and it would just be nice to make sure that the notice doesn't come during that 15-day period, so, I don't have a way to abate it. I think that's all, my only comment, unless you want to look at the picture, but and there is a big garden in there too.
Yeah, we do want to see the picture.
Thank you.
And before I show the photo, I just wanted to clarify, for a property of his size, which is over 1 acre, we don't require the entire property to be abated. Rather, there must be at least a 30-foot perimeter around, 30-foot wide perimeter as a fire break around the property, and also 30-foot perimeter around any structure. So what
And
you'll
also something on the driveway too, right? 10 foot or 30 foot.
Yeah, and 10 feet from any roadway as well. So what you'll see in the photo is that there's a shed or some sort of structure where there's some tall vegetation up close to it. But he is allowed to have some tall vegetation on his property because of the size of it.
Mayor, can I ask a question that you're
Please.
multitasking now?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The question is, you didn't mention a distance from the fence line, the back fence line. If you could be close to the neighbors.
No, it's 30 feet, I believe.
It's 30 feet at the back fence line.
All the fence
too.
lines, I believe.
All the fence lines. Okay, I
or
heard. I
property
didn't
line,
hear
I'm not
quite
sure
that.
what
Property
she
line,
said,
did he
but
say?
one or the other.
Okay. Not sure if you heard my question. Is
Sorry,
it-
so the question is, does it have to be 30 feet buffer from a fence?
Yes.
If the fence is the property line, then yes, it would
Okay,
have
so
to
you
be.
said property line, and that's where the fence. Okay.
Yeah, the property boundary. So we just want to make sure there's a fire break
Yes.
around the entire
No,
property.
that's what I didn't hear you say that, and I apologize because that's important.
Mark, there's no residence on that property, is there? What is that structure?
It's an old chicken shed.
Okay.
We had chickens, and it was an orchard, operating orchard.
Okay.
And we had chickens, and the house actually burned down 3 years ago, so I'm quite fire sensitive.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. What is it that you're asking for in this appeal? Or what is it that you're representing is going to be
I'd
done?
like to get off the list because I didn't know this was all going to come up. If I'd known the weeds had to be under 6 inches and had the deadline, I would have taken care of it. But I didn't have that opportunity.
Is it your intention to do that now that you know you risk being put on the list next year?
Absolutely, because if not, they bring in a contractor and it's going to cost a lot more.
And when would you do this then?
Well, the first one is always in April. Depends on the weather. If the ground's wet, I have to wait for it to dry out enough. And then usually that's all I do because I didn't know it was an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Other questions for the appellant? Public comment on this appeal? All right, we'll bring it back to council for deliberation. Again, I want to be inclined to grant grace, but I'm troubled because this isn't actually somebody's residence. And in every one of the previous cases, I particularly have felt an obligation, particularly in the last instance where you've got an elderly gentleman who's being cared for by a family member. That in itself is already a little bit of a hardship. But now we're talking about a 2-acre parcel in Los Altos that doesn't have a residence on it, that had a residence that burned down several years ago. And I think this is kind of the exact situation that we want to sort of address. So I am troubled. I want to get you off the list and treat you with the same grace that we've treated all of the other residents. But I'd be looking for a serious commitment from you to.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand why it's important if there's a residence or not. I mean, I'm there almost every day, but I don't live on the property. I live down the street because.
Well, to me, it matters if it's your home, right? And your means may be limited because not all of us who live in Los Altos are as equivalently affluent, right? Some folks have.
And I'm definitely on the lower end of the affluence.
Right. So anyway, I'm sensitive to residents who may struggle to meet these requirements.
And I must say, if my house hadn't burned down, I'd still be living there. It's just fact of life.
Okay. Other questions for the appellant? All right. Public comment. We already passed all that. Actually, we're in deliberation now. I'm sorry, I lost track. All right. Any other commentary from my colleagues? Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I think that your points are well taken, but I plan to vote to uphold the appeal on the same grounds that we have the others. If we see the property again on the list next year, like my colleague, I'll be a little bit ornery about that. And I understand that your property poses unique challenges. Nevertheless, fire hazard is a fire hazard.
Sure.
I will note, I don't know if tangentially is the right word, but there are 9 properties that we have considered today that because of this program are making have made or will be in the process of making their properties safer for our community. And while I think we've learned a lot tonight and the way this will be handled next year, probably a bit more streamlined because there's less preliminary questions. But it seems to me that this process, being a part of this project, has been a success. I think that the city is safer because we're a part of this.
Yeah, I think it could be more streamlined. I have, in my career, often been in meetings where people are saying we're getting down in the weeds, and this is the first time it's literally true. So perhaps we could come up with a more streamlined process for the county, for the residents, and so forth. But I agree with you, right? This is very timely. There was big fires down south, right? And if this seems like a bit of a grind for all of us, well, I'm willing to put up with the grind. Streamline if we can, but it's not like this is not worth attention because it surely is.
Mayor, I do have one
Yes, please.
question. So it sounds like we may be upholding the appeal, when do you commit to us that you will abate by?
Right now, oh, well, April 30th. Again, it's very soil dependent because if it's too wet, get a rolling pin. If it's too dry, meet the neighbors.
Right.
So
It's kind of dry now.
you don't need to do this with a tractor. I know that that's the most cost-effective way to manage a 2-acre parcel.
Right.
But you can also drive down to Home Depot and get people to work by the hour, right? And I personally, by myself, alone, have done weed abatement on larger parcels than that. It can be done with hand tools if it needs to be done.
Sure,
and
but
the
it-
fact that it's a fire hazard absolutely outweighs the fact that the easiest way to handle it is by tractor. So I would encourage you, particularly since we're not talking about the entire parcel, we're only talking about a 30-foot buffer around the perimeter, and we're talking about a buffer around the structure, and we're talking about a buffer from the street. I would encourage you to not wait until April, but to do it now. And if you can't commit to that, then I'm not going to be voting to uphold your appeal.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to commit to that just because it's not fire season and it's ridiculously difficult and expensive to do it, even with Home Depot people. If it's, after
Yeah.
April 30, then I
So
don't
so
know.
it's not fire season, but right now we have the most destructive fire that we've had in the history of this state.
Yeah,
The previous notions of fire season are anachronistic,
I
right? And
agree.
that carries absolutely no weight with me. City Clerk, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
No.
Appeal is upheld.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Do we have any more appellants?
I do have one speaker card who did not come up as an appellant, so I'm not sure if they're still in the crowd.
No, we already took our public comments. So if we have no more appeals, I'm going to close the public hearing. And with that, I think we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Another public hearing to deal with. This is item number 4 on our agenda. Vesting tentative map for new mixed-use project at 420 South San Antonio Road. So staff, I guess we've got I'm going to open the public hearing. And now we've got a report from staff, right?
Yes, so Sean Gallego, Senior Planner with Development Services, will give the brief presentation tonight.
Should be on the screen. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Daley and council members. My name is Sean Gallego, Senior Planner in the Planning Division. I'm here to submit the Planning Commission's recommendation to council to approve a resolution approving a vesting tentative map. The project site is located on the west side of South San Antonio Road between Lyle Street and First Street within the CD Commercial District. The project involves the demolition of an existing commercial building to construct a 4-story mixed-use development. The new building will include, the vesting tentative map is intended for condominium purposes, which would divide the site into 20 residential condominium units, 1 commercial condominium unit, and 1 common area that surrounds the units. The project is consistent with the general plan's downtown commercial land use designation. At the December 5th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the design review application for the mixed-use development, and they also recommended approval of the tentative map application to the City Council. Staff does request the council approve the vesting tentative map consistent with the recommendation in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Okay, do my colleagues have any questions for staff? Public comment. Is there any public comment on this item?
I have one speaker card.
Okay.
Speaker is Darren Clark.
Okay, Mr. Clark, you'll have 3 minutes if you need it. I think I've heard what you might say, so.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Darren Clark. I'm a field rep for NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 405 in the South Bay. I'm here to discuss the proposed residential development at 420 South San Antonio Road. This project has the potential to be a fantastic addition to Los Altos' new mixed-use residential project that could help meet our community's growing needs. However, this project will only succeed if it is built by a responsible contractor who highlight fair labor standards. At the Carpenters Union, we have no positive conversations with this developer and are eager to start those talks to secure a responsible contractor for this development. A project of this scale should not be left to contractors who might cut corners, exploit workers, or rely on low road subcontractors. Los Altos deserves better than that. Our community safety, workforce integrity, and the quality of the project are at stake here. I urge the developer to make a choice that reflects a real commitment to Los Altos by supporting responsible construction practices and good, stable jobs. Let's do what's right for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now bring it back to council for discussion. Before we enter into the discussion, I will just remind my colleagues and the public that this is about approving the vesting of the tentative map and not about specifics of the project. So we are not getting into a discussion of how many condos and how many stories and materials and things of that nature.
Point of order, is there anyone representing the project? Did they get a chance to speak?
They're entitled to be here if they want to be here, but I don't know if they are here. Apparently they are. So if you have questions, we do have the, okay. All right. Any other questions or commentary from my colleagues before we take a vote on this vesting tentative map? Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the Planning Commission very much for their discussion on this issue. I thought it was very good. I thought it was very useful and insightful. I found Mr. Clark's comments kind convincing and persuasive, and I would look at the developer and suggest that having conversations with Mr. Clark and other unions would be smiled upon, I think, by the council. We would like to see the best contractors, the best workers that you can possibly get put this project together so that it's a credit to the city and, more importantly for you, a credit to yourself for developing good quality projects for the city.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the question, take a vote on this vesting tentative map, please, Madam Clerk.
Motion.
May I make a motion?
Yes. Sorry, we need a motion. Sorry.
I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos approving a vesting tentative map to subdivide one lot into 21 condominium lots and one common lot at 420 South San Antonio Road, and that the council finds this action as categorically exempt from CEQA.
Second?
All right, now we'll take the vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
That closes this public hearing. All right, now we move to our discussion items. Number 5, private zone text amendment request.
Yes, good evening, council. Tonight before you, there is a private zone text amendment for a lot that is currently zoned within the CN district. This specific parcel is also within what is currently zoned, also the Sherwood specific plan area. This is behind or immediately adjacent to essentially El Camino Real and San Antonio Road. With that being said, the private zone text amendment is specific to an interesting occurrence that's happened is that the property was developed with a 2-unit townhome within ground floor, non-residential square footage, and has been since subdivided to reflect it as such. So as a part of that previous project, that resulting ground floor is for non-residential. However, since the project's been completed, it's pretty much been something that the applicant can opine on if they would like to after this, but is not really kind of marketable. It's not necessarily the most highest desirable kind of area for a specific non-residential square footage of space. So they are seeking a zone text amendment which would allow for ground floor residential uses within the CN district. A private zone text amendment would be required, as this could not be accomplished through the variance process. California statute does prohibit a local jurisdiction from granting a variance when it is applied for use. So that is something that would reflect that it would have to either result in a zone text amendment, changing the actual uses, or a zone change, which would actually change the zone. What I will say from a professional opinion and standpoint is that we also would not just rezone this one parcel in and of itself. That's what you would consider spot zoning. It technically can be done. However, it creates significant inconsistencies within the zoning and of the immediate area. So with that, I'm available for additional questions, but it is pretty much outlined in the discussion and analysis of the staff report, which would be to seek the alternative use allowance in the district or potential other avenues which would be allowed under state planning and zoning law.
So I just want to clarify for my colleagues and for the public. If we approve this text change, what we are doing is changing our zoning ordinance for the CN zone, which I will remind people includes Rancho and Lucky shopping centers. And we specifically required a percentage of commercial use in the way we formulated those paragraphs in that zoning ordinance, because it was our intention, or it was the previous council's intention, to preserve our grocery stores. And I want to remind everybody of that. If we do make this change, it more or less negates the effort and the intent that we put into the zoning to begin with. So with that, are there questions for staff from?
Yes.
Please, Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as the mayor just said, but I want to make sure it's understood. So, in addition to the CN zones, the mayor just mentioned, doesn't this include Loyola Corners as well? Or, and what other?
That is
No,
correct.
it's CN, yeah. Yeah. So I think the point is an important one. Another question I had is, how close is this project, if you look at this lot and this project, how close is it to the residential zoning in Sherwood Triangle? And or how close is it to the CT zoning that's not too far away? Is it contiguous on any sides?
I will pull it up briefly just to be able to show you the city GIS. So this is El Camino Real, where I'm kind of with my cursor. This is San Antonio Road. The parcel is actually right here, pretty much smack dab in the middle of what is considered the Sherwood Triangle, which is what is bound with the Sherwood Road. So this entire area is considered CN. However, right across the street where Bevmo is, that's then the CT district. So.
And there's some houses along that little street. So where's the residential? Is it?
So there's 3 residential properties that are right here. So it kind of leapfrogs. There's a surface level parking right next to the actual subject site, and then 3 continuous separate parcels. And then this area, which is also a surface lot, as well as then 4 contiguous properties that have all been acquired by a separate developer for a potential redevelopment of that site. So there are 2 parcels that have single-family homes as developed today with the intent to redevelop in the future.
Okay, and then that parking lot that you mentioned, and I know the parking lot you mean, it's the back parking lot of Chef Chu's, I believe. How is that zoned?
That is also in the CN district.
Okay, but there are some single-family, there is some R, along near there?
So along Sherwood
Yeah.
is also CN. So it's CN when you cross over still. What's immediately fronting Sherwood.
Even though there's homes there.
Yeah, so there's a kind of weird allowance because some of them are also legal non-conforming as well.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Thank you. That's my
the one
question.
thing I will at least say, I should have said earlier, is some of the structures that are developed as single-family homes that are off of Acacia are not being utilized fully as residential units. Some of them are being used as non-residential square footage.
Okay, so the CN doesn't start till Bevmo, so the burned out lot, that's CN, not CT.
Yes, which is a little irregular given that
It is
it
irregular.
fronts
Okay.
El Camino.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Zorns. I understand the concern about if we were to grant this request, we would have to apply it to all the other CN districts, but can you elaborate on why a variance wouldn't apply here?
So the government code section that specifically is in effect is 65906, where a variance shall not be granted for a parcel of property which authorizes a use or an activity which is not otherwise expressly authorized by the zoning regulation governing the parcel of the property. It's currently zoned to require non-residential square footage on the first floor for a certain percentage value between 20 and 33%, as it's dictated in the municipal code. and to authorize a variant, or to potentially grant a variance that would then authorize residential square footage is an exact opposition of what the code says. So we wouldn't be able to make variance findings pursuant to state statute.
Thank you.
Other questions from colleagues? Okay, do we have public comment?
Yes, I have 2 speaker cards. The first speaker is Eric Steinley.
17 seconds as usual, Eric.
I will this time say that I am speaking as a planning commissioner, but I'm not speaking for the planning commission. I suspect that this is coming to the planning commission in one way or another. I do have a thought about this, which is there was a suggestion in the staff report that it could simply be rezoned CT, which would take care of the problem, and I think that would be the way to go. I don't think it would make sense to change all of the characteristics of the CN zone in this way. As far as variance is concerned, a variance happens when a physical condition of the property makes it impossible to comply with the design requirements. This has nothing to do with the physical condition of the property. It has to do with the fact that it's back behind Chef Chu's and nobody comes there. Whatever the reasons for doing this and the choice, it turned out not to work. And the simple thing is, particularly since the specific plan for Sherwood Triangle no longer has any meaning, as was the case with Loyola Corners, it makes sense to make this part of the CT zone, which it always was a part of anyway. It was out of it basically because I think of the Sherwood Triangle specific plan. Since that no longer has any meaning, just make it part of the CT zone. That solves the problem. Okay, that would be my thought. I don't have any thoughts about the actual thing. If it comes to the Planning Commission, then I will have thoughts. But that would be my solution. Thank you.
Next comment.
The next speaker, I apologize if I get this wrong, Monica Sawyer? That was one of 2 that I had.
Monica, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. I don't need 3 minutes. I just wanted to present myself here.
Are you the applicant?
I am the applicant and the owner, yes. Co-owner, actually. I want to present myself for if you have any questions. I know there's a lot of concerns about this. My biggest concern is that I've tried like crazy to rent this out and do the right thing, and I'm not able to make it happen. And I would rather for the community, as well as for myself, obviously, and for our neighbors, for it to not be empty. So I'm open for suggestions. I know you guys have a lot of things that you need to consider, but I don't want this empty. I don't want it to become a hazard for people. So if you need anything from me, I'm here to answer questions.
Are there any questions for the applicant? No? Okay, we've had public comment. I guess I bring it back for deliberation now.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that the end goal here is laudable. I think that bottom unit should be turned into housing. I am certain that the applicant didn't understand the scope of the request that was made, which, as mayors yourself, as you pointed out earlier, would have broad sweeping consequences to neighborhood commercial areas that I don't think we want to do that. For the most part, I agree with Planning Commissioner Steinley. It makes sense to me that this be rezoned as CT, but I wouldn't do it on a whim. I think that we should go through the regular process, task the Planning Commission with considering it, and while they're considering it, I think that we should task them with consideration of whether we should do away with the Sherwood. It's not the Sherwood Triangle, Eric. It's the Sherwood Gateway specific plan, and have that removed from our list of adopted plans.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you. So I was actually on the Planning Commission when this project got approved. We were comparing notes on that earlier. And the concern about your ability, I don't know if you remember it, but the concern about your ability to rent that as commercial space was already kind of obvious. And I asked you the question, is this project feasible for you if you never rent out that bottom space? And you said yes. And I'm glad it is, and you've got people who are in the 2 units, so that's great. This project definitely should be all residential. We can't go the CN route, though. I mean, that's just would be. So whether it's R or more likely CT zoning that would allow you to accomplish these goals, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I completely support what Councilmember Weinberg said.
I see a lot of head nods. Do we want to go ahead and refer this to the Planning Commission and consider changing to CT and also consider eliminating the Sherwood Gateway plan from the collection of documents the city has that are moot? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think we should refer this to the Planning Commission to explore whether or not whatever the right zoning designation should be in this case that's legal and that will allow you, because as Councilmember Meadows said, ideally we want to get this to be 100% housing for many reasons. And so if there's really a vehicle for you to do that, I think we should have the Planning Commission work on it. With regards to the Sherwood plan, this has come up over the years, and I don't think it's actually on this agenda. I'm waiting for the city attorney to say it's outside of the scope. And I think that should be a bigger discussion among council members on revisiting this plan, because this has come up and it's not an easy task for us to, and I'd prefer to get guidance at the council level. So when we ask the Planning Commission to really look at this plan, we're giving clearer direction on what kind of guidance, especially with our housing element update and other factors that they should consider.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will point out, though, that in the staff report in this packet, it says clearly that the plan, the Sherwood Gateway plan, like the Loyola Corners plan, is unenforceable for several of similar reasons. So that's not a new commentary or resurfacing of commentary we haven't heard for a while. It's in our packet tonight.
But Mayor, if I could just clarify, it's not about if it's a resurfacing. It's the point that Councilmember Weinberg has suggested exploring, referring to the Planning Commission to explore the Sherwood plan. I'm not opposed or supportive of the idea. I do think that
for this topic on the agenda, we won't worry about the Sherwood plan in the Planning Commission. However, if it is something at the end of the meeting that warrants coming up under new business, we'll treat it then. All right. And I think it probably should come up then. Exactly. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to go just look to my colleagues and see if we can give staff guidance to send this back to the Planning Commission to review whether or not the property is zoned appropriately, or if there is a zoning change we can make.
I'll make a motion.
Do we need a motion, Madam City Attorney, or do we? Yes. Okay.
Can I ask a question about that motion? Because I think we pretty clearly want to rule out CN zoning, so we don't need them to explore that. The question is that is there an avenue other than CN to rezone this property? That it's just a minor semantic tweak, but it's important.
Yeah, and I would broaden it because clearly in the helpful remarks that Mr. Zorns made, we heard there's a lot of other moving parts in that immediate area. And so I do think it's best to refer it to a place where it can be worked thoroughly to make sure we're not doing something inadvertent that's going to blow up somebody else's property, right?
All right, go ahead and make your motion, please, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the City Council direct the Planning Commission to investigate and recommend to the council whether the Sherwood Gateway neighborhood, which is currently zoned CN, would be better zoned in an alternative form.
We may have a friendly amendment over here, or a substitute motion. Go ahead. Councilmember.
Okay, I thought the vice mayor was going to make it. Okay, I would move that we refer to the planning commission the property at Acacia, I don't have the number.
962.
962 Acacia, be considered for zoning, alternate zoning than CN to accommodate the goals to make it 100% residential.
I'm going to treat that as an alternate motion if we have
Substitute
a
motion, yeah.
substitute
Okay.
motion. Yeah.
Point of information. I thought we couldn't do spot zoning.
That's correct. So
We-
we would be looking at the. I know we're not saying that the council is recommending to rescind the Shearwood plan. However, it is the Shearwood plan area that is all encompassing of the same zoning district. So we'd be looking to rezone the underlying zoning of the Shearwood plan area. Is really what you're kind of all been somewhat saying differently.
Well, I think I
Then I
move
rescind
that we
my
look at the
motion.
area. You move just for the particular
Right.
parcel.
Based on this clarification, I rescind my substitute motion, and I'm happy with Councilmember Weinberg's motion, original motion. So I'll second your Councilmember Weinberg's motion. I did not understand that from the conversation we had, so thank you.
City Clerk?
To read the motion back as well? Okay.
Yes, please.
I have a motion by Weinberg and second by Meadows to investigate and recommend to the city council whether the Sherwood Gateway Neighborhood, CN, would be better zoned in an alternative form.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Friendly amendment, and it's funny because both Councilmember Meadows and I reacted to Councilmember Weinberg's motion, but for different reasons. It's the better, what's that language that, because it's not whether or not it can be better zoned, it's whether or not it can be rezoned or assigned a different zoning designation that will allow for 100% housing. The better zoning is what I don't think I think works here, Jonathan.
Are you okay with that friendly amendment to refer to residential housing?
Yes, except for the language 100% residential housing. I think they're going to look at that, but I'm a little uncomfortable actually putting that language into the motion.
The 100% or just housing? The 100%?
The 100%, yeah.
Okay, so we dropped the 100%. Okay, I'm fine with that. Fine with your friendly amendment to my friendly amendment.
So the friendly amendment is to rezone or assign a different zoning designation for residential housing. That would allow for residential housing.
I'm going to
At-
take issue, if
at
I
the
may.
Acacia.
It already is zoned to allow for residential housing. What we're actually saying is, can they do 100% residential? So 100% is important to this motion in my mind, because otherwise, 962 Acacia already is housing. Yeah.
I want to give the planning commission latitude to sort of look at this however creatively they want to look at it. I mean, they're a planning commissioner. There's one planning commissioner here. There's another one who usually watches. I think they're going to know why we're sending this to them. But I don't want the tail to wag the dog. I don't want this one parcel that all of us want to be 100% housing to be what completely governs the planning commission's investigation of these, it looks like 50 parcels or so that are currently zoned CN.
Yeah. But I do think it's an important test case, right? If they came back with a whole new plan and it didn't solve this problem, I'd be disappointed.
I agree. I don't think that's going to happen. The planning commission that I've observed for the past year and a half is very capable. They understand what council wants, and they're very capable at looking things through the lens of what council wants, but also being creative on their own.
I'm all for giving them as much latitude as possible, as long as they have the context that this will be an important test case to make sure that they're providing the flexibility that I think we're after.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you feel you can restate your motion now? And then if colleagues still want to change, they can make friendly amendments. But I've kind of lost the thread on where we are on the amendments, and I would like to.
So I'll try to make it simple. I move that the council task the planning commission with investigating whether the lots that are currently zoned CN in the Sherwood Gateway neighborhood could be better zoned, well, could be better zoned, or could be zoned in a way that maximizes the best use of those properties.
I'm going to try to do a friendly amendment, and it picking up on that contemplates allowing for 100% residential. So it's not saying all the properties there, but they can work on language that will allow properties within the CN zone, whatever it gets rezoned to be, that would allow for 100% residential. Like, they can work on that language, but I want to make sure for this specific address that that triggered all of this, that's not taken off the table. And to your point, we want to make sure we're giving direction to the Planning Commission, that they clearly understand that even though we're giving them a lot of latitude and a lot of flexibility, why we're sending this to them and what's driving this is we're trying to make sure that properties like 962 Acacia.
Okay, I mean, I'm surprised that this is an issue. What I'll withdraw the motion. Lisa, go ahead and make your motion.
Yours and Councilmember Weinberg, the language you're using is just so broad about better, and we're leaving it up to the.
So Councilmember Weinberg has withdrawn his motion. If the Vice Mayor would like to make a motion now, we can give you a try and see if we can close the loop.
I move that we refer to the Planning Commission to explore rezoning or assigning a zoning designation different from the current zone for the Sherwood Gateway plan that would allow for parcels within that zone to have up to 100% affordable housing.
No.
Not affordable. I see where my mind is. I just go there naturally. 100% residential.
All right, I will second that motion. Yes.
I can't read that one back. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Lang?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we are on item 6, the Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Culture Commission Fidelity to Work Plan. We have a staff report.
Yes, Mayor, a brief one. So Mayor, council members, my name is Manny Hernandez. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director, as well as the liaison for the Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Culture Commission. So the report in front of you is for the Parks, Arts, and Recreation and Culture Commission Fidelity to the Work Plan report as requested by this council. And the hope is that you receive this report and consider potential options that are included within that report. So that concludes my report. So please, if there's any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Okay, do we have questions for staff?
I have a question.
Councilmember Meadows.
So the Q&A, and for the public's benefit, council asks questions of staff before each meeting, and the Q&A is posted along with the agenda and stuff on the website. So the answer, the Q&A seems to imply we can't talk about any attendance issues tonight. Is this the case, or am I misunderstanding the way that the Q&A was answered? I'll find.
I'm going to rule that discussions of attendance would be in order because we are talking about the performance of the overall commission, and to the extent that attendance impacts that performance, I would say that's in order.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. The way the Q&A said, it was something about bringing it forward another time or something. But okay, thank you for the clarification, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Meadows, would you like me to clarify that? Or if you're okay, we can.
Didn't the mayor, oh, you mean clarify? Yeah, go ahead.
Correct. So how that, I'm sorry, I wrote that answer. How that was How that was supposed to read is based on the actions council takes or does not take tonight. The attendance of the commissioner who has been asked to resign would be in front of council based on the actions council does or does not take at a future meeting.
Okay.
So
Okay, so it's
Future meeting, but you can talk about
we can talk about it, but okay, got it. I just want, thank you.
general, but if you're gonna bring one
Right.
person back, yeah.
Right,
it has to
and,
be a future meeting.
yeah, okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Other questions for staff?
No, just to emphasize what Councilmember Mehta said, which is don't take the questions not verbally if you want to see all the questions we ask, because we had plenty of questions. They're there in the written record.
Okay, now it's time for public comment.
I have two speakers. The first speaker is Janet Corrigan.
That looks like a third speaker card?
Yes.
Okay. 3 minutes, please.
All right, I will try to be quick. My name is Janet Corrigan. I'm the incoming chair for the Park Commission. However, I'm speaking tonight as a resident of Los Altos. I want to tell you that as a new chair, I wanted to focus on where we are and where we want to go. I met with Director Hernandez on January 13th to prepare our first agenda, and it was actually a fantastic meeting. He and I were totally on the same page about wanting to make the commission more effective, more efficient, and we agreed on a tentative agenda. And I have to say that working with Director Hernandez was fantastic. I'd never actually had a chance to work with him, but he's super smart, great experience, and provided invaluable guidance. So I was a little bit surprised when I saw that we popped up on the agenda and I saw the report. Unfortunately, the report came at 5 o'clock last Thursday, so there wasn't a lot of time for the commission to get together to meet to respond. So Janine Valadez, who is the former chair, who was chair in 2024, she prepared a document, which I believe you have, which is a rebuttal. And I think that our concern is that it would be difficult for anyone to summarize an entire year's worth of work. And I think that the staff report is, it's a great start, but it's not complete, and there are some inaccuracies there. So I would refer you to what former Chair Valadez submitted. Going back to where we had planned to go, we actually, I think Director Hernandez was pretty surprised when I presented him with the annual inventory update for 40 sculptures in the city. That is something per our meeting in November that he did not expect to see until Q2 of this year, but he's got it now in his hands. So we also talked about having the brochure and the standee and the website updated, which this document is going to help us do. And given the conversation we're having now, one of the things that we had talked about was, at varying time, was rewriting the work plan, because this work plan was complicated because it had two different commissions coming together. And I think Chair Valadez did her best to try to manage that. The other thing that I think that we could do, and which would be on our agenda, is to reach out to LAVA and Arts Los Altos, because, and again, that's something that I think Chair Valadez also wanted to do. And the purpose there is that we want to restore the 3rd Street Promenade to be an art destination. And we actually, when I was on the Public Arts Commission, met with Arts Los Altos, and they had wanted us to install art on 3rd Street, which we did. Vortex, and we did such a good job that a private collector bought it. So it's now that space is empty and ready for new sculpture. So all that being said, I'd like to propose that you give me, Director Hernandez, and the Art Commission a chance to show you what we can do. One of the things I'm really good at is running meetings that are efficient and getting things done. The alternative, I suppose, is you basically start from scratch, and you're going to lose a lot of the synergies that we have and the knowledge that we have. So the benefit of having us come together, am I out of time?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, it's been a privilege to be a voice for the residents of Los Altos and to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker.
Hang on. I think we may have a, Ms. Corrigan, Janet, I think it's possible that there's a question for you from the dais. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Corrigan, thank you for your comment. One of the things you said was that there are inaccuracies in the staff report. What are the inaccuracies in the staff report?
So I am not entirely prepared to address that. I can tell you what I recall. And again, that's because I think former Chair Valadez was going to handle 2024 and I was going to handle 2025. But let me look at my notes. So I think there was a concern about not partnering with the museum, but if you look at the meeting minutes and if you listen to the actual recording, the museum came to the commission to ask for feedback about a plan they had. That was all they asked for, and they did get the feedback. And I think that the commissioners, and I think this is what they're required to do, is they use their best judgment to try to give their opinion. And so that's what they did. In terms of Arts Los Altos, there was a discussion about the logo, and there was confusion about, what were the guidelines for a private party to use a trademark that belongs to the city. And so there was no discussion, really, I don't recall, about, 3rd Street or something like that, but I don't see why there would be any prohibition on the two groups working together with Lava. In terms of Mala, that was a thing that came before the commission, and the commission, I think, was nearly unanimous that it was a religious event. It was Ramadan and Iftar, and if you research it on the internet, you say, is this a religious event? It comes back, yes, it is a religious event. And so again, there was concern there because we have guidelines that indicated to us that we should not be promoting any particular religion, and we should try to stay away from politics. And so I think what we did at that commission meeting was we asked, could we get guidance from the city council, or should this go before the city council? Ultimately, it did go. They actually were funded by the city, and I did receive reports back that people thought it was a religious event. So I don't know if that's what the city wants to support. It's great if you do, but we just didn't have that guidance.
Okay, the staff report says that the History Museum asked the commission to partner in a land acknowledgement event. You're saying that didn't happen? It was just more.
I would not. That's not. I don't think that that's an accurate characterization. I think that if you listen to the recording, they were asking for feedback. I think it's Dr. Elizabeth Ward who presented to us, and she said, "I'm just looking for feedback."
Okay, and was the commission advised by staff that there was no concern about the separation of church and state with respect to Mala's request or any other request?
No, I don't believe so. I would have to go back and listen to the recording then.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next comment. Thank you, Jen.
Okay. The next speaker is Teresa Morris.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to speak. So I'm speaking as a resident, although I do have the honor and the joy of serving on the Park and Rec Commission, the Park Art and Rec Commission. And I wanted to say that as someone who has that honor, I have attended pretty much 100% of the meetings. I believe one I attended last year via Zoom because I was not in the state at that time. I'm asking that you choose option 1 or 2 of the menu of options that you were given in the report. I think that the best way to manage a group is to give them the opportunity to find out what they may need to change and how to make those changes. If performance is under scrutiny, I think that that's an opportunity that is well-deserved, particularly for many of us who have served for many, many years and served fully for many, many years on commissions. I also agree there are inaccuracies in the report, and I believe that Commissioner Resident Corrigan addressed some of those, but it would be a nice opportunity for us to sit down and hash some of these things out and make sure that we're all on the same page. And I think that is it. Thanks so much for the time.
Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg. If you have a question.
I do. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Other than what Ms. Corrigan mentioned, are there any other inaccuracies that you can point to in the staff report?
I believe that a number of commissioners did attend events, and that when you attend events as a commissioner and you're known as a commissioner, and I'll say for hanging the artwork, this is a good example of it. It was my first time working with the Art Commission, and we did the call to art hanging. As we would hang the artwork, we were speaking to residents as they'd go by. That is outreach. In my opinion, we're talking to residents, we're letting them know what we're doing, we're getting them involved in the process of what we're doing. There were a number of other times that we did that. Also for the Halloween movie, I did go
myself with an activity for people to do, for children to do. There were coloring pages, staff helped with that. And I don't think the report reflects that we at least showed up with one of those. We had a very rough start as we were mingling the commissions. We've had a number of commissioners leave or not show up at the meetings. So I think it's been a little bit rocky, and I don't think that's reflected in the report. The History Museum, we had that meeting. I don't think that it was a finished conversation at the end of the meeting. My intent was to reach out to Director Ward and talk to her about it and maybe get it back on the agenda in a different way. But there was the change in the History Museum, and she wasn't there anymore. So there was a lot of chaos going on that didn't allow us to necessarily move forward. There were also a number of times when we would want to do something, we were told it wasn't our job to do those things as a commission, that staff was in charge of that. I love our staff, and I believe that we bring a lot to the table with them. But there are other inaccuracies. Those are just a few.
Thank you. Of course, I had the pleasure of serving with you before I was elected to council, and the mayor did as well. One of the things that you and other commissioners were always very good at was getting information to the city council regarding the dog, the pilot program.
Yes.
Originally, it was off leash, then it was fenced. There is an indication from staff that suddenly stopped. And when information was really wanted with respect to what's happening now at both McKenzie and Hillview, the commission just wasn't interested in, or for whatever reason, didn't provide the feedback, the data that they had before. Can you speak to that, please?
I'm going to say this is a delicate situation to talk about, so I would really appreciate if we could have a conversation about it at another time as well. But we have all the data. I spent hours of my time going to the parks and collecting all of the data. I have it by date. I followed the form that I was given, and I took notes. We have extensive notes. It didn't come up on the agenda. Hillview, to my knowledge, is done. That was settled by the former council when they voted that it was going to be done, so we didn't need the data. When we did provide the data to council, I believe it was considered and used, but once it went to the design stage, we were told that we didn't need to put input in until a design came forward. When the design came forward, we did give input. So we participated fully in the Hillview Dog Park. For the McKenzie Dog Park, the way it keeps being referred to is as a done deal. So it's when McKenzie gets built as a dog park. So it's under a pilot still, but we have all the pilot data. So we can provide that and are happy to do it. And when I say we, it started with former Commissioner Corrigan and John Corrigan, and we have all of his data. He gave it to us. And then the other one is Janine Valadez, Commissioner Valadez. She has her information. And then there's mine, which my focus was more on McKenzie. So we broke it up to where we live closest. But if I knew that people weren't going to be, and vice versa, if they knew I wasn't going to be in town for a while, we helped each other with the parks. So we have all that information. We're very happy to bring it forward. It did not get on the agenda. Again, we had a lot going on our commission with this combination of the art and park. Yes, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, the cool thing is
Tell me when I have to get out of here.
No, the cool thing is the questions don't count against the time. Right?
I know,
Time.
thank you.
So
Yeah.
first of all, thank you for being here.
Yes.
Also to Ms. Corrigan, right? This is, I can imagine this is sort of pressure filled and could make you feel bad, and we don't want to make you feel bad. So thank you for taking the time to speak with us and about this. I'm new to council and learning about some of the stuff going on here. As I read the report, a conclusion I could draw looking at it is that there's sort of a culture within the commission of finding reasons to say no or not looking for ways to collaborate, right? It's one thing to say, okay, well, I didn't know it was going any further, but it reads that potentially there's sort of a culture thing of kind of, we'll take care of this ourselves. We have our own things to do. We're busy with that, and so forth. Personally, I'd prefer to see it the other way around, right? Where the culture of commissions, not just this one, but all the commissions should be particularly as a liaison between council and the community, to always be looking for ways to say yes, right? When members of the community have ideas about how to make the community better, really what I'm looking for is a commission to say, okay, well, then that might work, but this other thing might work. An example would be Ishtar, right? We have Christmas events, we have menorahs on there. We have to be careful. Nobody loves the First Amendment more than I do, I assure you, right?
Councilmember Lang, do you have a question?
Yes,
please.
thank you.
Just wanted to bring you to that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. There is a question here. The question is that unfair? Is it an unfair thing to think that the culture has been not open to partnership? Is that something that you think do you agree with me that that should be a priority for commissions?
So I am uncomfortable speaking for the entire commission.
Very fair.
And welcome, by the way, to the council. Congratulations. I would say that for me, I think it is unfair. We had other areas that we collaborated, and I think those are missing on the report. And I may not get the event correct, but it was the Chinese New Year or lunar. Anyway, we did agree to that, and we had a conversation, and we helped with it. So I think there are examples of where we did collaborate. The Iftar one was very tricky. And it wasn't about not wanting to collaborate with the organization. It really had to do with the religious part of it. So for myself, that was how I had to vote, was no, because it was a religious-based one. Lava, I think, the Los Altos Arts, I think that has its own nuances that need to be discussed, and maybe with guidance, we can figure out how we might do some things with them. But I think it's unfair. To answer it, yes. Yes, thank you.
No, I'm not, I was here if you wanted me to answer.
Yeah,
Yes, actually, that would be out of order.
Am I done?
Unless any of my colleagues have any other questions for you. Thank you,
Okay,
Teresa.
great.
You're
Thank you very much.
Next, is there another public
Yes,
comment?
John Baer.
Okay.
So the letter of the day is P for process, okay? And it's important, okay? Because as a community, we should expect better than this process, by which commissioners are accused of not doing their job and can what only be described as a one-sided narrative, with no opportunity to refute the half-truth misrepresentations in the report before you. In my 25 years in Los Altos and involvement with city politics, I've never seen where the issue with commission or commissioner performance is first brought up in a public city council meeting. Never. It's simply wrong and the inappropriate venue. The purpose of a council liaison and joint meetings with city council is to address not only work plan goals, but also any performance issues. I'm deeply disappointed that the council chose to go this route. It's simply wrong. With that said, I do believe that a commissioner or commissioner are not performing. The issue does need to be addressed. But I would also suggest in this case, the root cause may not be the commissioners. Let me explain. The city council combined two commissions, assuming it would work. But history teaches us that past attempts have failed. Planning Commission and Transportation didn't work. Bicycle Pedestrian Commission took on traffic. And guess what? They're complete streets, but guess what they're focusing on? Not traffic. Hard to juggle different tasks. The new commission now has twice the workload, the same number of people and staff. It hasn't increased, but if you look at what they're being asked to do, it's a hell of a lot. It's far more than the Planning Commission ever was asked to do. Commissioners can only do legwork. It depends on staff to implement them, and we all know that staff has limitations, severe limitations on their time and other priorities. This process seems more like a witch hunt than a valid way to make the commission more effective. I urge you to end this proceeding. Legitimate issues and concerns should be discussed and addressed in a joint meeting where there is dialogue to figure out how to make the commission more effective, not find a way to remove one or more of the members of the commission or disband the commission. After all, you did appoint them to their positions, so presumably you felt they were well qualified. And if the testimony from a couple of the members of the commission this evening is any indication, they are articulate, they are involved, they care deeply about this community. And from my point of view, those are exactly the kind of people you want to have on your commissions. Thank you.
I have a quick question for you.
No, don't be paid me to say this. Yes.
No, I'm particularly, my question is about a couple of words that you used. You said that there were lies and half-truths in the staff report.
I didn't
my question
say,
to you is, do you have any basis whatsoever to make that statement? And if so, please point out the lies and half-truths.
they've already been pointed out. They've been pointed out by the other commissioners. I did my due diligence. I spoke to people to make sure that I had my facts straight before I.
What are the facts? What point?
You've heard them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Heard them.
Thank you very much.
There were valid reasons
to
not proceed with certain things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we've had public comment, and I'm going to bring it back to the dais for deliberation. I'm going to start the discussion by saying, first and foremost, we appreciate every commissioner and every person who gives of themselves to their community. And I agree with the last speaker that all the commissioners that we heard from tonight are bright and caring and concerned for their community, and I want to first just show appreciation for that. Having served on the commission that we're talking about, I know it's a lot of work. You know, it's not just the meetings. It is countless hours of engagement with residents, and all of our commissioners are to be applauded for that. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And if the commission is ineffective for one reason or another, they serve at the pleasure of city council, and it's incumbent upon us to review that situation. And that is what we are here to do tonight. So I will look to my colleagues for remarks. Councilmember Meadows, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was last year's council liaison. So I do actually have some process comments. But first I want to acknowledge that last year's chair, Janine Valadez, did send us feedback, very detailed feedback, as no one is surprised, I'm sure, from Chair Valadez. But she could not be here tonight for very extenuating circumstances. So I appreciate that she provided that to us. I do want to talk about process. I want to say why I supported this agenda item coming forward. 3 of us talked about it as a future agenda item. And I did that because there's actually a commissioner with an attendance issue, which again is not something you'd normally bring to council, but when you privately speak with a commissioner, or unable in some cases to privately speak at all with commissioners, and they are not, the attendance is not near what's required in the commission handbook, and they're not willing to resign, and they say, well, take it to council. That's why I supported this item. So regardless, we have a lot of other things that came up in addition to that. I consider this as kind of the chicken or egg. So we're airing concerns here first, which I do agree is a bit unusual. You know, we could have aired them at our joint meeting, but then if we have a feedback loop, then we'd kind of be back here probably for discussion anyway. So I'm going to make a recommendation a little later on. I'm going to say a few more words first. So I do think it's unusual, and but this is going to be a multi-step process, I think. So first of all, an observation about what doesn't work, what council's doing that doesn't work, is that when we meet with the commission in our joint meetings, the commission if a commission like Park, which doesn't have as well a defined work plan as Finance Commission or Planning Commission, because they know what their jobs are, if they don't have as well-defined work plan, then us just sitting down and talking with them doesn't really help clarify. And I went back to watch our joint meeting with them last year, and one of the things we said was there's so much here, exactly like Mr. Bear said. I'm agreeing with him on a number of things tonight. There's so much here we need you to prioritize. But what happens is we all say that, we all have a nice chat, and then everyone walks away. And we don't have a feedback loop where, you know, we have a discussion again about how did you prioritize, right? So, and what I heard in discussions with former Chair Valadez is that each work plan is considered approved implicitly, if not explicitly challenged. And I'll give you an example of what I thought was kind of surprising, and I sat through a number of these meetings, but was the City Hall art on the steps, or whatever that project is properly called. And there were lots of meetings about that, and I thought, when did we talk about that? But sure enough, it's on the work plan for 2024, and it was on the work plan when we had our joint conversation, but we didn't mention it. Commission didn't mention it, council didn't mention it, we had lots of things to talk about, too many. We asked for prioritization, but there was that item which ended up consuming a lot of the commission's time, and really, if we'd prioritized it, I think this council might have had some opinions about that, right? So, but I put that on us because we have to put more teeth in our process. If we have commissions that have too much, we have to say, please show us the prioritization. So I'm putting that on us. And so without that, then, you know, you say, hey, well, our work plan was approved, that this wasn't pulled out. And so here we are. In regards to feedback, I agree the Mala Iftar thing was I'm not even going to talk about that. That's a sort of a special case, and I agree with all the comments that were made about it. But one thing as a council person that I don't like is when I hear someone say something about a commission and it's disparaging, and I'll give you what happened in a moment, it's really embarrassing. And I have to say, I'm sorry you had that experience. The experience I had, and this was one of the things I was excited about when I was mayor, and it never, for various reasons, didn't go too far, is the Magical Bridge Playground opportunity. And it just so happened that a couple weeks ago, the founder of Magical Bridge was presenting at Rotary, and she said something about a terrible reception she had at the commission. Now, I don't know what I don't remember hearing that, but she didn't know I was in the audience. I just happened to be there. And so it's really disconcerting as a council member to hear, and I'm sure that was a miscommunication, but that just doesn't reflect well on us. So, so my suggested actions, and I do agree, the merger's been hard. I don't think it means we can't merge. We can merge. And the irony of the stress that you all are probably under right now is it's probably pulling you all together. So there you go, a bonding opportunity. But so my suggested actions are that Park come to our joint meeting and you're able to address whatever you hear tonight. Plus, you can follow up on the detail that former Chair Valadez provided in the work plan, and we can have a discussion. And maybe, Mayor, maybe it has to be a longer than whatever the regular commission is. But you do have to have a chance in a conversation with us to talk about this, right? And so chicken or egg, should we have started from there? Maybe so, but here we are. So, and the other thing I would ask is that, you know, the council has to consider if there's an attendance issue that is out of whack with the commission handbook, and we've held other commissioners accountable for it, and that commissioner said, take it to council, then we've got to do something, right? So none of us want to bring these things to council, and there's been lots of incidents that haven't come to council because we work with the commissioners and try to find a mutual solution. But we haven't found it in this case, so I personally would ask that we would resolve that situation. And with that, that's the end of my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Other council members? Councilmember Lang, you look like you're about ready to talk.
When am I not ready to talk? So yeah, and I'm joining, so I don't have all the context, but just some observations. Clearly, there's issues here, right? Clearly, there are serious issues here. This is not how this should be. I'm not terribly interested in fixing blame ever, but I am very interested in fixing this problem. Clearly, a big part of it is that the merger is an issue, and in my commercial life, I've dealt with mergers. They're always difficult times, right? It's always a difficult thing, and in terms of taking responsibility, I think that this is particularly a situation where we're going to need to budget more time in our joint meeting than we typically would in commissions that are more set in their mission and we're clear on that. And I certainly would be interested in that. But one way or another, it's clear that there's a reset of some sort needed here to get back on track in our collaboration with this commission. I'll look forward to hearing more about that. Just as an aside, I have very little patience with these attendance issues, right? If you can't do it, you can't do it. No shame in that. People's lives change, but if you can't do it, you can't do it.
Councilmember Weinberg.
This is a difficult conversation to have, but I'm glad that we're having it now. I do think that we needed to initiate it here because there just was not another forum, another opportunity for us to do it. I got to tell you, I attended the commission meeting, I think it was in February of last year, where the commission was discussing whether or not to partner with Mala. One commissioner arranged for their spouse to come and give public comment against it. Another commissioner said that they did their own research and discovered that there was a second Ramadan and there'd be more time to plan for that. Another commissioner said there's nowhere near enough time to put this on. Clearly there was enough time to put it on because they put on really an amazing event. What I saw was a culture of, no, I don't want to do it. And I Larry, I'm glad that you phrased it that way because that language was not in my mind, but that's absolutely what I saw. It was difficult. Frankly, it was embarrassing. I mean, here I was new mayor at the time. Members from Mala were walking out. They had no idea what had just happened. I went out to talk to them, and I'm glad that they were able to move forward and partner with the city. But for the commission to have been advised that we wanted to do more multicultural events, for the commission to have been advised that there's no violation of church and state, as indicated in the staff report, and then to simply ignore it, and then ignore it, at least in two other opportunities, as indicated in the staff report, is really concerning to me. I don't understand why 7 meetings were devoted to art on the risers for the council chambers. I mean, yes, the work plan is one could say impressive, one could say overly ambitious. There's a lot on there. We all know that. Knowing that, why would the commission have spent 7 meetings to talk about this? And then in the notes that former chair, current commissioner Valadez sent, she refers to an article that was in the Town Crier. Honestly, that was the first time I had realized that the commission was looking at putting art all over the entryway. And then Commissioner Valadez says, well, that LA Town Crier article was unfortunate because it overstated and misstated the extent and style of decoration that Park had preferred. Something is not working right here. I feel like it is institutional. I feel like the council doesn't, I mean, I know there are 2 more members to speak, so I feel like the council doesn't want to make any big changes tonight, so be it. But a process has to be in place for these things to not happen again. And it's not going to be fixed at the 15-minute meeting that we have scheduled, I guess, for what, our next council meeting. It's a huge concern to me to hear things like people from Magical Bridge saying, yeah, we talked to Park and they didn't want to hear from us. That all speaks to a culture that park commissioners do not want to put forward. I see a park commissioner shaking her head in the back. I believe that park does not want to portray that negative feeling, that let's get to know feeling, but other people are receiving that. And it's not just members of the council that are saying that, it's other people in the community. It simply cannot go on. With respect to the commissioner that had attendance issues, my understanding is that when the commissions combined, the meeting date was changed from when Park used to meet to when the Arts Commission used to meet. And he had a conflict, but I'm told that conflict has been resolved and he's going to be able to be there now. It may not matter at all down the side of the dais, but that's what I'm told. And I also note that no one ever brought that to the council as an issue until today. I guess I'll leave it with that. I'm open-minded about what to do about this. But the commission, as it is operating now, has to change, and it has to change radically. I am glad that we have at least 3, maybe 4 commissioners here from Park. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that this matters to you. I'm glad that you're taking it seriously. And that leaves me with hope that the commission's perspective and the message that it is communicating can be changed. If the council wants to go down that route with the commission, I truly hope that the commissioners themselves are going to be open-minded enough to understand that even if they disagree with the staff report, even if they disagree with what I and other council members are saying, even if they disagree with what other members in the community are saying in the negative about the commission, that those perspectives are out there, those perspectives exist about the commission, and it is incumbent upon the commission to change that and prove that they're wrong, not to simply be indignant and say, this is not a fair process.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start off like my colleagues have done and thank our past and current commissioners for their service. Regardless of what happens at these meetings, for those who attend, I know it's a significant number of hours out of your personal time. And regardless of what gets accomplished or what doesn't get accomplished, you're still devoting and committing those hours to the city. And I want to make sure that you know it's appreciated. And what we're really trying to do is to make sure those are productive hours when you're dedicating them to the city. I will say, just touching on the process and how we approach this, my preference would have been if this happened a little differently. And I agree that this needed to come to council first, but I think it should have come to council and then we have a discussion about how we wanted to approach these concerns. When I look at the staff report, there are a lot of, and I'll use the word allegations in there, and that is the risk when you have a staff report making these statements, then you have, people disputing it, saying they're half-truths, and then you have a he said, she said. We're not judge or jury really to take evidence and decide what statements are accurate. And so my preference would have been for this to come back, because obviously there was support, and I support bringing this back because I'd heard enough from community members about questioning whether or not Park was really working efficiently and being as productive as they can be. And I think as council, when you hear that in the community, you want to reset to make sure your commission is working well for the community and that the commissioners are actually enjoying the work they're doing and they're contributing to the community. So we're here. Can't turn back time. This is the staff report. So I definitely support the idea of moving forward either at a joint commission council meeting with all the stakeholders there, figuring out, what's the root causes or causes here? What are the contributing factors? How do we move forward? I don't think, for those who think it's because we merged 2 commissions, that's why this is happening. I think there are different contributing factors that as all the stakeholders, staff, council, and the commission meet meet, whenever that joint commission meeting is scheduled, we need to really take a hard look at what's happening and what fixes we can put in place. And maybe, from that conversation, we can say, let's see if this works for another year. And if not, then revisit, maybe it is the merger or it's something else we need to change. But I do think it's fair to the commissioners and our community to have this dialogue and determine, okay, here are some, here's what we're hearing, here's what we have firsthand experience from council members observing as liaisons or mayors attending your meetings. Yes, we want to hear from you. And we weigh those different inputs and figure out, okay, even if there's just a grain of truth to what's being said, let's figure out how to fix it and move forward, because I think the Park Commission, the original Park Commission, and the Arts Commission are such valuable commissions. Like 3 of us served on Park Commission. I love that commission. I stayed on that commission even when I was recruited to join other commissions, because you do great work for the community. We're one of the community-facing commissions. And so I really want to make sure that this commission continues strong and continues to serve the community. So where I am, I don't know if there's what the mayor or staff is looking for from us tonight. But I support the idea of having that joint commission, having this discussion, giving the commissioners an opportunity to respond. And as Councilmember Meadows said, I do think at the end of that meeting, one of the outcomes should be, okay, since one of the concerns is what's being accomplished, here are the things we want the commission to accomplish this year. And I will tell you from experience serving on commissions, it's tricky, especially with the Park Commission, where, they want to be out in the community, they want to work on these projects, they want to do different things. And of course, council will also direct you on specific things we want you to work on. And when we have limited staff, limited resources, obviously council's direction on what we want you to work on that year should take priority. But I'm definitely a council member who's open to also hearing what the commissioners want to work on, because I want them to be excited about what they'll be working on for the upcoming year and years that they're serving the community. So I want to thank staff, Mr. Hernandez, for the time I'm sure they've spent working over the last year with this merger and balancing these priorities and addressing the issues that may have come up over the year. But moving forward, if this were to happen again, and I do think the attendance issue, if we have tackled the attendance issue at all levels and it's not being resolved, then this is where it needs to come. And if we're at that point, then let's bring it to the council level if it can't be resolved at the liaison or staff level. But again, I think we need to be more thoughtful as we move forward with these processes, because whatever we apply here, if 2 years from now we have a similar issue with another commission, I want to make sure we have a process in place that feels fair to all involved and we all have the same goal about doing what's right for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a mess, and I'm reminded of what the city endured with the senior commission. And frankly, I'm not happy. The commission serves at the pleasure of council, and council's not pleased. Guidance, they're asking for guidance tonight. They're saying, well, we didn't have enough guidance. That's not true. They got guidance at every turn, and they refused to accept it. They refuse to abide by it. They have showed disrespect for staff. The commission has showed disrespect for each other. The meetings last ridiculously long. And they don't take up the issues that council has specifically asked them to take up. And they do take up issues that council has specifically said we're not interested in. So it's a culture issue, right? And yes, there are commissioners, or at least a commissioner, who probably needs to be removed because of attendance. But overall, the culture of this commission is grossly ineffective. At one point, not too long ago, there was nearly a physical altercation between commissioners at one of the commission meetings. I don't need commentary from the back. It is true. The culture of this commission is toxic. And that is not just coming from me, okay? And I've been a liaison to the Arts Commission prior to its merger. I was on the Parks Commission for 4 years prior to being elevated to council. And instead of making staff and council's jobs easier, which is what commissions are supposed to do. They're supposed to be interlocutors. They're supposed to be gathering productive input from the community and getting productive engagement with the community. And we are seeing unproductive engagement with the community. So yes, I think the merger is an issue. And what I have observed is that the combined commission hasn't had due fidelity to the Parks and Recreation aspect of their mandate, hence 7 meetings about whether or not we should have art on the steps into City Hall that the City Council didn't ask them to take up and doesn't want them to take up. And so in my view, we need to do with this commission what we did with the senior commission, which is to say we need to disband it and we need to take our time and reset, reevaluate what the mandate should be for the commission, whether or not the commission should be the combined Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Culture Commission, or if those tasks need to be separate. So what we're going to do next is deliberate on our approach. We have a couple of options presented to us in the staff report, and I said my preference is that we do a reset, we disband the commission, we take our time to figure out what the appropriate mandate is, because frankly, I'm tired of wasting time and I don't want to torture this. We have real business of the city to get to, okay? And if we're going to spend the next meeting too now dealing with this, then what we're doing is not the business of the people. And so based on my desire to be as efficient as possible in doing the people's business, I think we need a full reset on this commission. All right. I would entertain a motion if we want to go that route now, or any further remarks by my colleagues. And if there are none, then I will go ahead and make a motion.
I'll just make one remark because I want to make sure that I was clear. It was acknowledging that mergers can be difficult. I've dealt with them a lot, right? That is not the same as saying that I think this merger is wrong. I think this was the correct decision. I would stand by it. And one way or another, I intend to keep working towards making the merger work. And I would just throw out there for commissioners as they're thinking about this, it's possible that you simply disagree with what this council is doing, right? But the correct course of behavior when that's the case is to leave the commission. It's as simple as that, right? Like, we are, in the end, the elected officials. In the end, we're elected to make these priority calls. The commission is not there to act as a counter to the council. And so I just wanted to be particularly clear, even though I'm new, I really support the merger and am committed to figuring out a way to make it work.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So my suggestion would be for us to, as a council, either direct staff or together this evening, have specific things, and I think they're already listed here in the staff report. We need the commission, because they're going to have their meeting, that they agendize, and it should be the only item on their agenda, to respond and address these serious concerns that we've identified either through staff, the community, or from council members, and how they plan to address it prior to the joint meeting, and they submit that document to us. And at that joint meeting, depending on their responses, because I'm not taking anything off the table, Mayor, but I actually don't think we've given the process sufficient time for me to at least reach the disbanding decision. And then we have that meeting, look at their responses so they feel like they have been heard. And we really go through, and then we decide, is this fixable? Is it not? Is disbanding it? Is it separating them? What is the right solution? But for me tonight, I really want to hear, and I know Janine couldn't be here, But I do want to hear their response, and we heard from the incoming chair about her vision and goal, and have that discussion before we actually make a decision on what we do with this commission. So that's my preference. We give them direction about what we want them to discuss at their commission meeting. They discuss it, they respond to our request, and then we have a joint commission meeting as a council. We discuss these issues.
One second, council member. So we have before us 5 recommendations as possible considerations. We're not limited to those, but I think we can probably eliminate some of them and make our deliberation more efficient. Does anybody object to eliminating option 1?
Yes, because I agree with half of number 1. I think we do need to take action. I think we need to give clear direction about what we want them to address.
Okay, so we
you
won't.
weren't on the mic. That won't. Yeah. So.
So I agree with part of recommendation 1, because I do think as a council we should take action tonight, which is to give direction to the Park Commission on things we want them to address and bring forward to us at the joint meeting. So I do think we need to take action tonight. But then I support the idea of having a subsequent joint meeting.
Okay. I actually don't see a real clear way forward by going through that process. My own assessment of that is that it's going to be performative and we may or may not get any results. And in the end, we're going to be faced with the same questions that we're faced with now, and I'm prepared to answer them now. I understand that not all of my colleagues may be on that same page. Councilmember Meadows, I think you were going to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I stated in my comments that I would suggest, so do nothing is not an option. I agree with the Vice Mayor. In fact, I'm pretty much in agreement as a whole with the Vice Mayor. And if you don't want them to come to a joint meeting, that's one thing, but tonight is not sufficient. They have to have a chance to respond, and whether that's at the joint meeting, and again, they get a double time slot, or, you know, I think that'd be better than doing it here at council again. So they've got to have a chance to respond. Even if it doesn't change anything, I don't feel it's performative. I feel it's a due process. So, and if they need, you know, they're probably going to need a special meeting to prepare, because I don't know what the February meeting date is, but for you to align with your commission. So you can work with Manny to call a special meeting, no problem with that, I'm sure, other than getting everybody to the meeting. I'm not willing to not listen and to not deliver in a less formal, more conversational back and forth what some of them, I didn't go through some other things that were issues because I'd rather do it conversationally than from the dais. So I'm really with the Vice Mayor.
One question, Councilmember Meadows, what about taking action on the attendance issue tonight?
Well, I don't know how the city attorney recommends we deal with that. I mean, I'm ready to speak to it, and if there's a question that we can call, or how that has to be dealt with.
I think you should bring it back because it's a specific commissioner. Because you talked about it generally, but this wasn't really agendized to.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm actually going to make a motion, and it's not what I want to see happen, but I think it's what will allow us to move forward. So I move that we give guidance that the commission should come back to the joint meeting and that we allocate extra time and that we address these issues presented in the staff report and in former Chair Valadez's response at that time. And that we bring back as a separate agenda item the attendance issue.
I will second that.
Could we sever the attendance issue from the other motion,
Yes,
please?
yes. So the motion should be that Park Commission will come back to our joint meeting and have a double time slot and address the concerns that council has articulated.
I will second that.
Okay.
Can I make a comment before the question is called?
Yes.
To the commissioners that are here and to the commissioners that aren't here but hopefully will watch this meeting, if the response is the staff report is just wrong, it's biased, it's nothing but half-truths, as someone who wasn't there likes to call it, I'm going to have a very difficult time finding a way to move forward with the commission as is. I think the staff report is compelling.
Had this happen so many in the past where we learned that the direction wasn't clear. So I want to check in with the staff liaison to the Park Commission on whether or not the direction council has given and the type of response we expect is clear.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for asking that. Yeah, I would like to clarify that further. So the commission will get together either in a special meeting or their regular meeting, as long as it's before the joint meeting. And that discussion and their preparation will be to discuss the allegations in the report, or will it be their plan moving forward?
No, it would be to address the concerns articulated by council tonight.
Okay.
Okay, so forgive me, when you made your motion, I turned on dictation. So the motion that my computer heard is that we allocate extra time and that we address these issues presented in the staff report and in former Chair Valadez's response.
Apparently that's what I said.
It's my understanding. Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
The way Director Hernandez asked for further clarification, I think would be helpful at addressing the council comments, council concerns, council direction is appropriate. And we are happy to assist with that at the special meeting of the Park Commission.
We haven't actually started the voting.
We did, but
Who voted?
No, everybody voted. It stopped at me because I'm like, I want to make sure I know what I'm voting on.
This is what I mean,
make sure
right? The
staff
business
knows
of the
what they're
city
doing.
ends up taking a back seat to this crap. Excuse my French. All right. Madam Clerk, will you please refresh me on where we are in this process?
We were, it's pending Vice Mayor Fliger's vote.
And before I vote on anything, I want to make sure I understand what I'm voting on. I want to make sure staff understands the direction. So if what we're voting on, just to paraphrase, is responding to the issues raised in the staff report and raised by council tonight, including, their plan to be more productive and efficient. I think that kind of sums up what I heard. Then yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. We'll leave the other issue to the new business at the end of the meeting, okay? The attendance issue. All right.
So that's a future agenda item rather than, okay.
Well,
So as part of that motion, that includes the culture of the commission and its perception of being hostile or negative, right? That's part of that?
that was a big part of our commentary tonight.
Great, thank you.
All right. We are now to the update on the automated license plate reader program.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Vice Mayor, Council. It is still evening, not morning yet, so I'm excited to report back on the LPR process. It's coming up on our 1-year trial, and so we just wanted to touch bases on some of the items that we measure, successes and failures, and so we'll go through this. It's only 75 slides, so it should take less than an hour. I'm kidding. I'm going to discuss the current deployment, some of the results from our current deployment, our successes, the limitations, our failures, and then finally our recommendations at the end of tonight. So we'll talk about our deployment. As you guys are all aware, minus Councilmember Lang, I think you guys are all a part of this trial period where the council authorized,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Captain. Before we go any further, I have a council member here who wants to make a disclosure.
Oh, sure.
Okay, and I'm sorry to have interrupted you. I should have kicked the mayor right when we got here. I want to disclose that I own real property within 500 feet of one of the cameras. Last year, or maybe it was, I guess it was last year, I acted with the city attorney's assistance. I submitted a request for an opinion from the FPPC and received a written opinion from the FPPC saying that I could participate in these discussions.
Okay.
All right, Captain. Sorry about that.
No problem. Continuing on. So as you're aware, we were authorized to go ahead and strategically deploy 15 license plate readers. Those came online over a period of approximately 6 months. So our data is, gradually getting, excuse me, I think more, stronger as the year has progressed. And of note is that all of our I apologize. All the license plate readers on Foothill Expressway were denied at the county level due to the surveillance ordinance. Before I go to the next slide, I think it's important that we discuss briefly. You guys are obviously very, very well aware of Los Altos, but the challenges in policing it, because we have, by my physical count, approximately 100 entrances into our city going around our porous border, and we have over 100 plus miles of surface streets. So it kind of creates a very unique environment because we're bordered up. We have a very porous border. And so when we look to capture data, it's important that we remember we're not on an island. If we were on an island, it'd be very easy to sit there and kind of delineate some of the factors that we want to measure successes or failures or whatever that may be. So some of the results. March through December, we had approximately 16 million vehicle plate scans. 20 stolen vehicles recovered last year, and 5 of them that came as a direct result of Flock notifying our officers that a stolen vehicle entered our city, and they were able to go ahead and make arrests from those. Of those 5, the recovered assets came in at approximately $78,000 in recovered stolen vehicles. During the last year, we had over 5,000 missing and stolen plate notifications, and we had 7 arrests for possession of stolen vehicles in 2024, whereas in the year prior, it was 4. So when we came initially, we talked about some of the benchmarks that we were going to identify for trying to determine success, and one of those is by burglary. Back in July, many of you are probably well aware that in Grant Park we had approximately 20 auto burglaries and a crime spree one evening. We're going to see a trend here in a second. You'll see this. A residence surveillance camera coupled with our LPRs led our detectives to identify a vehicle plate and to move that investigation along. And a grand theft downtown in September this past year, we had a retailer that was a victim of a grand theft. Nearby business surveillance cameras, coupled with our LPRs, led officers to identify a plate and quickly move that investigation along and work towards identifying the suspect vehicle. So first, when we talk about successes, I think this is really important. The Los Altos Police Department had 0 stops on vehicles with false LPR hits. And that comes because of 2 things. So one is probably the first one being the most important, and that's because our policy requires verification. Our policy, in my opinion, and I think as council was involved in it last year, is very robust and has a lot of guardrails in place. And that was really important in getting this number. This is a great statistic and very successful statistic that we're very proud of. Secondly, our dispatchers are trained to run all the wanted vehicles alerts that we get to ensure that that matches the description. It's a computer, so it may see a 5 and an S and intertwine those. And so they'll see and they'll let us know we're getting a hit, and that may be on a white BMW X5 when in reality the picture's of a green car or something else, and we're like, that's not it. So there's mechanisms in place, and that's a part of that robust policy with the guardrails. Going back to the trend previously, This past year, we were able to launch our camera registry. And what we've seen is that a lot of times in our investigations, our residents and our our community that has a strong relationship with the police department is able to share video. And then from there, we can go ahead and start looking into the LPRs. The LPRs are not just a one solution that's going to solve everything. It's really a collaboration with the community. And this program is kind of the second hand that kind of carries that and helps move the investigations along. So really proud of this, and it supports the LPR program. Back in June, we had a flock hit of the stolen vehicle. There's a picture of it here. The officers respond, subsequently arrested the driver. This is a trend where we'll see a stolen vehicle, recover narcotics and burglary tools. And that kind of ties to the burglary. And it's important because oftentimes when people steal vehicles to commit other crimes, that's not always the case, but it is. And so it's a really important link for us when we solve some of our serious issues, which is property crimes and namely burglaries. The stolen vehicle tends to be the avenue to that. Not always, but either the stolen vehicle or stolen plates. They're interrelated. Another success, dispatch received a call of an in-progress commercial burglary on San Antonio. The surveillance camera showed a U-Haul van. Our officers and dispatch were able to sit there and run that, and with our license plate readers, get a plate, tie that vehicle to other burglaries in our surrounding cities, and ultimately recover that vehicle and process it for evidence. More recently, back in November, we had a suspect steal a package from a residence in Truman. Flock cameras identified the suspect vehicle and arrest warrants being sought. I put these pictures up here because it really, again, goes back to the camera registry where we have residents that are able to, to use their Nest cameras and then work with the police department so that we can sit there. This one is kind of unusual because the vehicle happens to be crossing paths with it. So the alphanumerics picked up on it and was able to lead our officers along on that investigation. Some of the limitations. As previously mentioned, the county rejected all of our permits for Foothill rather. And our detectives identified this as a priority for us. And so it'll be interesting. The sheriff's department is going, I believe, in March to work through the surveillance ordinance. And I think we'll kind of pave the way in kind of testing the water and the temperature with the Board of Supervisors on their interest and appetite for LPRs on their right of way. So we'll, as an organization, we'll be watching to see how that goes. And if it's favorably, that might be a way to overcome this limitation in the future. During multiple burglary investigations, it was determined that the LPR cameras were nearby, but they captured opposing traffic. They are intended to capture the rear of a vehicle. Generally, you're only going to get one direction or one lane of the roadway. Not universally true. Sometimes it gets a little bit more, but there's limitations. And so when we go back to talking about the 100+ miles of surface roads, when we place these, sometimes we're only getting one direction. And so that may be beneficial, but we also may be doing a disservice because we're not capturing both directions. There are a couple of locations in our city where we have them sitting next to each other. If you drive around, you'll see the cameras next to each other with the little solar panels where they're catching both directions. That's very effective. But again, we had to be kind of resourceful in where the deployment of these 15 cameras were to try to get the most effective response. Coming back for tonight. Failures. In our first audit, we realized that we failed, and we didn't fail by the use of it necessarily so much as the search parameters that's as guided in our policy. The policy currently requires that we have a case and incident number plus the reason. Now we have a valid search. I put this up here to illustrate. We were doing one or the other, and that's what we realized in our first audit. So let me go back to that. We did an unannounced audit right after that, and we had full compliance. I think when we look back and we kind of examine, we did a deep dive of why we believe that we failed this, is that this is a little unique in law enforcement databases because virtually other DOJ and other databases that law enforcement uses is one or the other. And there's a reason for that because not always will you have a case or an incident number. There could be an administrative investigation. A neighboring agency may sit there and say, hey, we just had this cat converter theft. Is that vehicle in your town? Or maybe you want to look into that. We may not have their case number when that comes out, but we have a valid reason and we want to collaborate with them. And that's part of the benefit of this LPR program is that our surrounding agencies have it. And so we're stronger together when we work together. So we have a few recommendations tonight. First is to accept this report, this trial period. The next one is that we modify our policy rather to the OR to bring it in line with the other police department databases that our officers use. Next is the data sharing agreement. We've realized that, and it was kind of hard, I think, and I wasn't here for this, but when the program was brought forward, we didn't know what that mechanism looked like when we wanted to share data with our neighboring agencies or other law enforcement agencies. And the data sharing agreement covered a lot of those things, namely as it relates to immigration, and then also for the California Values Act. Those have been codified, at least the Values Act is codified in legislation. California agencies are required to follow that. The FLOC system has a disclaimer right up front, like many of our DOJ or other law enforcement databases, that says it can't be used for immigration. And by going into it, you're accepting that and you're agreeing to that. So what we've realized, and kind of talking about it from the administrative level, is this is kind of duplicative. It's an extra step that we feel is unnecessary, especially as it relates to California agencies, police department, sheriffs, and highway patrol. It has tremendous value if there was ever an instance where we'd share out of state. And we don't share out of state right now. It could happen, and we want to be able to be a good partner, but we also think that we need to have this is a good guardrail for that instance. So we believe that there's value in saying that for federal agencies and non-state of California agencies, this is a very good data sharing agreement, but as it relates to California agencies, we're required to follow these anyways. And then lastly is the external audit. And so I talked about the 2 audits. We had compliance. I didn't talk about a 3rd audit. So the policy requires, and I went through everyone in the county. I did not see this any other agency within the county requires this external audit. And I don't recall there being anyone else, but it required an external audit. And so this is really cumbersome because there's a lot of mechanisms and a lot of stuff that we have to work through to get this. And we did. We asked for a favor from the sheriff's department. I'll be honest, I reached out to another captain. I felt really bad because they're severely understaffed, and everyone in the region is. And so I'm asking them to sit there and look at our data and do this. And they offered up to do it. But it was interesting because it came back and told us what we knew. Our searches were compliant. We knew that. We realized that when we failed the first audit. So we got to this. And so again, as an administration, we talked about what can we do to sit there and convince the community that we're using it properly, effectively. And what we believe would be a great alternative to this is to eliminate the external audit because it's very cumbersome. There's a lot of challenges, and I'm happy to discuss that further. But we think that a quarterly internal audit that we make publicly available gets us there. We're sharing that information. We're doing it more frequently than the policy is asking. And we can show that, we're doing it, and or if we fail, then we have to, by policy, we need to sit there and say what we're going to do to correct that behavior. So those are the items that we're looking at. I will go back. There's one thing that I didn't put in here and I forgot, and I just realized. When we came, what I wanted to show, and I thought about, is I wanted to show you how this prevented crime. And that's a super difficult thing to show you what didn't happen, but I have one. And this happened recent. And so the fact pattern is this. Officers get a flock alert to a vehicle associated with burglaries in Marin County. That's interesting. So they happened to find the vehicle. It was parked in one of our neighborhoods. Drove by, it didn't look like anyone's in it. But when we got behind the vehicle, there was 4 people inside it. So fast forward, those individuals are detained. And subsequent search of that vehicle, we find that they have walkie-talkies. They had masks, gloves, empty backpacks. And I won't get into some of the other details because there's still open investigation. But while we're there, a convoy, a second vehicle associated with the same crimes in Marin County, hit on one of our flock cameras in Los Altos. Now, our officers were tied up. They did go look for that vehicle. We didn't find it. But I am confident that day that we prevented a burglary in that neighborhood because of these cameras. And that's where the value in sharing and having this information, especially with flock, because it is a network with other organizations, especially in our region, where we can share that information. So the same goes for cat converters. But that day, undoubtedly, we prevented the burglary because of this technology. And that was a great success. That's the only one I can sit there in concrete, I think, kind of jump and show a pretty solid conclusion, because That's the same thing that we've seen in a lot of our rear, sliding glass door burglaries where people are going in with masks and gloves. We see that on surveillance cameras. So I think it's pretty safe to make that assumption. But unfortunately, I can't show you and prove tonight any other crimes because that's a very difficult thing to prove. So with that said, these are our recommendations, and I'm happy to answer some questions. And sorry, I dropped the other 54 slides. So that's it. I'm ready for questions if there's any.
Do we have any questions for the captain? Councilmember Meadows, you want to lead us off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. When were the cameras turned on? It wasn't all 2024, was it?
No, great question. They started coming online in March of 24, and then we were fully on, I believe it was by September, or early October.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Lang.
Thank you, Mayor. Several questions. Could you say a little bit more about the camera registration of private cameras, just to explain to people about that? I had the opportunity at a community gathering to learn about that, but you're not actually tapping into all the Nest cameras in the neighborhood, are you?
We are not. You're correct.
Could you clarify that, please?
Absolutely. The camera registry is a voluntary program where individuals and residents, community members can go ahead and sign up. And then that streamlines our detectives and our officers' ability to quickly investigate and say, what houses do or don't have street, forward or street facing cameras. But it's voluntary. They're still going to go out and canvass neighborhoods and talk to residents, but it's a quicker way. And an example where that worked was downtown, where the nearby business was quick to share that video. And with that video, they're able to quickly identify, the LPR hit on one of the license plate readers.
It's to expedite asking them, and they don't have to say yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Another thing on the move to just having the special agreement, because the California ones are all under an umbrella. Anyway, in terms of that out of state and federal, if those requests happened, would those come before council before they were agreed to?
No, those would go to the chief or her designee, but they're individually reviewed. And in the policy recommendations, and I'm glad you brought this up because I didn't talk about this. The recommendation is that, and as minute as it is in the policy, that we only share for California law violations. So not only is it in the data sharing agreement that an outside agency would have to sign, but it has to be a violation of a law in California.
Okay.
So I think that gets us, conceptually to the same place. It's in two places. It's duplicative, but it's a good. I think for policy, I think it's good. Good practice.
Perhaps a more relevant question than it might once have been. That's all the questions, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Vice Mayor, you're always deferring. You never like to go out ahead. No, actually, I am glad that I'm asking the next question because it's actually following up, getting into the weeds, as it were, in follow-up to what Larry just asked. In looking at the proposed changes to Section 462.8 of the policy releasing ALPR data, and just so we have on the permanent record, the red lines to the policy came out to us earlier today. So I would have asked this question for you in the questions from council if it had been available earlier. But since it wasn't, I'll ask it now. Section A says that if any federal or non-California law agency makes a request, well, why would a federal or a non-California law enforcement agency be making a request for our ALPR data?
Great question. One instance that's real is the incident that happened in New York with the assassination. There were some requests that came back over concerns that individual had some ties here. Now, understanding that specific incident was far further back than our 30 days. But should there ever be an incident where perhaps the marshals are looking for a fugitive or whatever the case may be, and there's an instance where it has a nexus to Los Altos, we still feel there's value, as long as it complies with the policy, being able to be a good partner and help them. That may not happen. Right now, there's 0 out of state, but having the chief, allowing the chief to have that discretion so that we can move investigations along, we feel is valuable.
I appreciate that answer. I get it now. 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 I in the subsections under that part of the policy, the federal or non-California law enforcement agency, they have to give their name, the person at the agency who's making the request, the intended purpose, acknowledgement that the data can only be used for the stated purpose, and the request is reviewed by the captain or her or his designee, and then the approved request is retained on file. What I don't see in here is any set of criteria that the captain or the captain's designee is going to use to evaluate whether or not that request should be granted. Is that criteria somewhere else?
So initially in it, it talks about that it has to be right above all that is that it's official law enforcement purposes and otherwise permitted by law and the following. So we do have that it has to be a legitimate law enforcement purpose. And then our policy reiterates the California Values Act, as well as, we have other policies that prohibit immigration enforcement and supporting that, which is also codified.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm going, especially in the current political climate. I think it can be easily argued that a legitimate use of law enforcement use of ALPR data is trying to find undocumented immigrants. And I think the last paragraph that says, where is it?
I think subsection C, right under where you were, because that might be what you're.
So we'll consider the California Values Act. Okay, so before approving the release of ALPR data, so that clause applies to
Still applies
to subsection A.
Correct.
So if a non-California law enforcement agency made a request, the chief or the chief's designee would not be authorized to grant that request unless the stated purpose complied with the California Values Act.
Right, and there's a disclaimer in the program as well as, I can't recall whether it's SB 34 or SB 54, but one of those prohibits the use of agencies, information systems, et cetera, to support that. So it's also codified in legislative law.
I'm going to ask you a completely unfair question.
Let's have it.
Is it reasonable for this council to trust that if a federal agency gives a legitimate purpose for asking for our ALPR data, that they are going to comply with the restrictions that we say we're putting on that the use of that data?
Yeah, because that's going to be governed by the chief, and it's in here. And I think that the policy is written and coming from 4 years of writing police policy. I think that there's guardrails in place. It's also, to do that, we're violating the agreement first set on the software program. And that then triggers, okay, well, now we have an information technology policy already established in our police department manual. That's a policy violation there. We have in our 300s, we have a code of conduct policy that says that, as it relates to governing laws, policy, rules under the police department. That's another violation. And then in our 1000 section of our policy is the procedures for investigating those and what those lead up to. This policy explicitly says that violations of it lead up to everything all the way and including termination. So I think that the guardrails are sufficient. Having a background in policy, I think it is, but it also leaves enough room so that if there was a legit, non-immigration request or something that would support on the marshals or whatever the case may be, that on a case-by-case basis, that could be evaluated.
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that it would be unreasonable of me to be concerned that if the Secret Service has a legitimate request for our data, that they are then going to give that data to ICE, even though that would violate the California Values Act?
Yeah, I think that's unreasonable. And one thing I want to add to that is that generally when we get a request for LPR, we're talking about an individual plate. We're looking for an ICE. We're not talking about dumping all of our camera data over a period of days or what. I can't even imagine how much gigabytes or terabytes or whatever that is would be. That would never happen. So I don't generally tell council members you're being unreasonable, but I think that's unreasonable.
I phrased the question that way.
I appreciate it.
I was looking for that answer. Okay. Thank you very much, Captain.
My pleasure.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And that's the great thing about going second to last, Councilmember Weinberg. Some of your questions get answered. I do want to pick up where Councilmember Weinberg left off and better understanding how it would really work if we approved doing the data sharing agreement with the federal agencies and out-of-state agencies. So two things, and I know it would go all the way up to the chief to approve these requests, but how do we validate? So as you said, we're not giving them the whole access to our database. If a request comes in, we're just basically providing information related to maybe a specific plate. But how do we validate that the reason they're claiming they're requesting this information is accurate? And then two, how do we enforce a breach of this data sharing agreement? Because obviously they can tell you whatever they want to tell you, why they're requesting this information, and they can tell you whatever they're telling you, how they're going to use it. And let's say they breach it, right? What do we do?
So to your first one, how do we look at that? So the way the policy is written, we have to have trust in the chief, and we're looking at this specific thing, but I don't want to take lightly of law enforcement, and we trust all of our officers in a nanosecond to make catastrophic or potentially catastrophic decisions. And so we're talking about something here where, generally speaking, the chief's going to have some time to go ahead and mull over it, ensure that it's there, and we have complete and utter trust in our chief, and we should, and for the organization. And so as it relates, one of the things we talked about earlier is the timeliness of it. This allows for that. So we are very unique in the fact that we have a lot of dignitaries and other folks that come through here. And so there is a partnership with Secret Service. And if unfortunately we were ever to put in an event where something happened and we needed to act quickly, the policy allows for that. Now, you bring up a great question. What is the consequence if somebody asks for a plate and it's not for it? That we're reaching out to the city attorney. That's a violation of our policy. I don't know what that's going to look like. I know that if we were ever put in a place where we had something that's questionable, one, the chief can say no. Two, we can sit there and we can take to the city attorney and we can sit there and wait, because after 30 days, it's gone. And so I'll say it right here in a public meeting, but if it was that, we could sit there and take our time going through that process and very likely come out with an outcome that's outside of that 30 days. And guess what? We're non-responsive. Now, I wouldn't say that that should be the standard, but that's an option that the city always has in sitting there and evaluating one of these requests. But the consequence would have to go back. I don't know what that would be. That would be for the city attorney, and we'd have to figure out the ramifications for that. But generally speaking, we're talking about an individual license plate.
And here she conveniently comes back and misses all the talk. And I just wanted to clarify the record. In no way was I implying that council doesn't trust the chief. It was more whether or not we'd be able to validate the request coming in, that the request coming in is legitimate, because obviously the chief is going to make her decision based on what is requested, based on the information presented. And so I'm really more questioning the requesting parties and their intent versus our own internal PD and chief. So a couple more questions on removing the data sharing agreement for California. I actually didn't understand why you were recommending removing the data sharing agreement for California. Because I actually think, going back to your point about going to the city attorney if there's a violation, at least we have a written signed agreement. So can you explain again why you're recommending removing the data sharing agreement for California?
Yeah, I believe, and it's kind of speculative because I wasn't here for it, but we didn't know how the software works. And what we've learned is that when one of our neighboring agencies wants that request and they're a part of our flock community, they send that electronically, and then our administrator reviews and says, yep, we will or we won't. Right now, what happens is we sit there and we wait, and now our administrator is going to go and figure out who their point of contact is for that organization. We're going to share the agreement, then we have that agreement back on file, and we go ahead and then manually go back and allow them. The way the system is designed for California, well, for anyone that's within the system, is that you can sit there and electronically grant them access. And so what we found is that it's a hurdle to go through to sit there and find the proper person, the person that has the authority to go ahead and sign those data sharing agreements. The software, the way it's designed, is really intended to be a little more user-friendly for other PDs to sit there and accept those requests. So I don't think that necessarily the process was understood when it came through, and in part because we didn't have access. Nobody knew what that looked like. And so this just really kind of brings in alignment, and we're saying we believe that the law and other things are in place that achieve what's on here, Generally speaking, most agencies don't have it. It's lesser known that other agencies do, and a lot of them will try it but now we've seen that legislatively we've kind of caught up.
So I understand the efficiencies and depending on the timeliness of it as well, why you wouldn't want to actually try to find someone to do the data sharing agreement. But I want to make sure that our policy is still being enforced even without having these California law enforcement agencies sign the data sharing agreement, if that's what we're taking away to expedite the process.
Yeah, both Senate Bill 34 and 54 codify that. The California Values Act is codified in the government code. And so the things that are in our data sharing agreement are both legislatively codified as well as codified here in the two aforementioned Senate bills. So for California agencies, we're all on the same page. And we've actually gotten that feedback. We've had other captains look at it and they're like, this is what the law is. Like, what are we signing here? And it's like, I get it. So, it is what it is, but it's in law too.
And then 2 more questions on the proposal to move from case, incident number, and reason to or reason. Can you remind us what reason looks like?
Sure. One reason would be, let's say we have an administrative investigation, an internal affairs investigation. We won't have a case or an incident. That's one that comes out to me right away. We may also find out that Mountain View puts out a bolo on a robbery vehicle. Here's the plate, whatever the case may be. When our dispatch gets that, they may not have the case or incident number in front of them, but it's a robbery. We want to know if that vehicle flees into our city. So there's some value in having that flexibility, but it still gives us an audit mechanism. And I would just associate this that I don't think in law enforcement we type a keystroke that's not trackable and monitored. And when we look into our our CLUTS, our California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, everything's tracked there. So when we're looking at some of these things, we're working with another system. There's pretty good audit trail available here. It just kind of helps us be able to work with our neighboring cities when we don't necessarily have their cases in front of us.
And remind me, is reason defined in the policy? Because we used reason last year. It was just an and as opposed to an or. So I assume reason is defined.
I don't believe we explicitly.
Because I appreciate what you just described as reason, but I want to make sure, not any reason.
No, I don't know that it is under our definitions.
Just curious. Let's check this out.
No, it's not. But again, if you had curious or you had a non-law enforcement, non-legitimate, there's at least 3 different policy violations there for an officer. So there's some major consequences. And again, in this policy, though, what is explicit is that violations of the policy leads up to all the way and including termination. The policy, very few policies actually go and say that. In our personnel complaint policy, it will talk about that. But very few other policies within our policy manual say that. Everyone has to attest to this. They get trained on it. They know it. So it is there. So the consequences are there. No one can play, I didn't know.
And the reason is documented. If they would have to document the reason.
Correct.
Okay, and my last question has to do with the audit. And I think you only highlighted one failure. I want to make sure there weren't any other failures from that audit. You identified, at least on that slide, the failure coming out of last year's audit was the fact that they weren't doing the and. But I want to just triple check that there weren't any identified failures as part of the audit process.
Great question. Yeah. On the final one from the Sheriff's Department, in the year 2024, they forgot the 2. I think that was a typo. It was our dispatcher. They put in the whole event number. They put 024. The rest of it, I looked up. It was a package theft. They either were typing too fast. They didn't get the 2 in front of 2024. That's a typo. But beyond that, you're correct. That was the only failure.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you have questions? No? Yes?
No, my questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So public comment.
I have 3 speaker cards. First speaker is Arthur Whipple.
Okay. 3 minutes apiece, please.
I'll try to be really short. quick on this. I really support this activity. There was a lot of discussion when this was being discussed last year about privacy and doing the right thing, and I think the police department has demonstrated that they have done all the right things to make this work and that it's successful. So I would suggest that we applaud that organization for the work they've done and to give them the opportunity to expand and grow this activity. I think that having the police department get involved with technology that can be improving their ability to fight crime, and particularly for people coming in from outside of Los Altos to do things here, is key. I will tell you that I have one issue with the data sharing agreement, because I think if somebody comes to us from a national organization at this point and says, I want to do this, and they're going to sign off and say, yes, we will abide by the California Values Act, I think we've demonstrated in the last several weeks that the current administration will do no such thing. They are unlawful in many cases. They have no interest in doing that. And specifically, if they were going to violate something called the California Values Act, they would do that one first. So I would suggest that being able to sign any kind of data sharing agreement with a federal agency at this point needs very careful scrutiny before we do that. Thank you.
Next comment.
The next speaker is Renee Rashid. The next speaker is Brian Jones.
Good evening. I want to start by, I'm Brian Jones. I'm speaking on behalf of Los Altos for Racial Equity. I want to start with a big thank you to Chief Lagergan and to Captain Ledoux and to Mr. England. We've had a lot of great dialogue, a lot of open discussion, a lot of really good faith, talking through the issues. I think it's been a great relationship, and we really appreciate that openness on the part of the police department and the city. I delivered most of my comments, I think, in writing, so you guys have all seen those. I won't rehash that. But I think I want to emphasize a couple of things. As the previous speaker mentioned, especially in these days, at Los Altos for Racial Equity, we're laser focused on maintaining the guardrails for civil liberties, right? There's a lot of things to be concerned about right now as far as, how those civil liberties might be violated. So we're really focused on making sure that's the case. And there's always going to be a balance between law enforcement and civil liberties. That's what we've been struggling with the last, 250 years. And we're in a new environment for that, right? And I think that it behooves us to be careful in that new environment about what we're doing. That said, I think we support, at least in part, several of the recommendations from the police department. Streamlining systems where we can always makes sense. We don't want to put unnecessary roadblocks in the place of things. We are still somewhat concerned. I know, Councilmember Weinberg, you're no longer it is reasonable for you to not be concerned, but we're still concerned that, once our data from Los Altos gets out into someone else's system, it's out in the wild. And I think we've got very good policies, and I think our department obeys those policies very well, but it's hard to see how we know that those policies that we have on our data get respected once the data goes somewhere else. And as folks in tech are aware, once the data is somewhere else, the data is everywhere else, right? It's very hard to know and control the boundaries of that. So we do definitely have concerns on that front. For those reasons, we've got a lot of, in fact, in many ways, we believe that the data sharing policy should be strengthened. I would prefer to see that the policy explicitly call out the data handling policies that we have and impose those on whoever's sharing the data with us, so that at least we have, as you say, Councilmember Flagler, we've got a piece of paper we can wave in the air and say, you promised you wouldn't do anything different than this, right? So those are a couple of things that we're still concerned about. I think, in a larger sense, as far as continuing the pilot, I think Councilmember Flagler mentioned a year ago that pilots have a way, out of time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
The next,
I have a question.
Yeah.
What were you about to say?
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger mentioned a year ago that pilots have a way of sort of automatically continuing, and so I think it behooves us at this point to really think about whether we're on cruise control or whether what really makes sense here. As far as evaluating the system and its efficacy, I think that absolutely there have been successes, and those are undeniable. The question really that's before the council is the ROI there? So we're getting the return on investment. And so I would encourage you all to think hard about, how much does it cost in money? How much does it cost in civil liberties? And do we see sufficient benefit? Of course, we'll see some benefit. Do we see sufficient benefit to make that worth it?
Yes, Councilmember Lang, you have a question?
Yes. First of all, thank you for your very thoughtful remarks.
Sure.
I don't think you said anything about the change in audit requirements. Do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, so I think there's sort of a couple of levels of audit. And in a perfect world, we'd like to see an audit that goes a level deeper, especially even on the external side, aside from did we do all the paperwork correctly, to are we actually respecting the spirit of the policy, right? And again, I think that all indications are that our police department takes these things very seriously and, really does respect that policy in every place. But the point of the guardrails of civil liberties is to make sure that we keep doing those things, right? And we've seen how easy it is for those things to fall apart at a national level. I think that an audit of the flock system in itself would be valuable. All of that data, all of the data from all of the flock systems goes into one cloud. And then, it's sort of partitioned off access for who gets to look at those things. We're protected by flock's policy on that. If the flock database administrators decided to open the floodgates, then the federal government could download data all they wanted, right? So good policies make good practice. And in many normal times in our country, that's been absolutely sufficient. I'm not sure we're there now.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Council.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Renee Rashid.
Hello, council members. I'm Renee Rashid. I just have some quick comments. First of all, wanted to reiterate what my colleague Brian has stated. We, speaking on behalf of Los Altos for Racial Equity, it's been fantastic working with the police department and being able to share feedback and with Gabe and City Council. I did want to point out that it was great seeing that we've had no false negatives, and I really attribute that to having strong policy and having worked so hard on that last year. So I think that's a real success of having that strong policy, and I hope that continues. The other point I wanted to make, also in regard to strong policy, is that we're holding our police department up to a very high standard by having this strong policy in place. And so when we have, when we're talking about removing this data sharing agreement, the thing that does concern us is then other police departments where we have no control over the standard to which their police departments are being held to, their policies are not being held to that same high standard. So, and we are trying to do what's best for our Los Altos community, and so weighing the pros and cons of having that strong policy in place. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I ask the speaker a question? So, if I think you're very familiar with how the flock system works. That's why I want to ask you this. How is it that other agencies, just in California, neighboring agencies, use our data? I mean, they're not are they asking for all of our data in a certain time frame, or is it they put something on a hot list and they want to see whether Los Altos has a hit on the hot list? How are they using our data, and how are we using other agencies' data?
So I think there may be a couple of different ways that they're using our data. I think the way it was described here is when another agency contacts our agency for a specific search on a car or a license plate, and so we do the search or give them the results of that search. I think the other way, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that if we allow our camera hits to be seen by other cities, so that any of the other cities can do that same search. Now, correct me if that's allowed by Flock or not. I believe that is what is possible.
I'm sorry, if I understand you, the second part of that is that they could do a vehicle license plate inquiry. So, for example, like we talked about with Marin County, if they have vehicles that are associated with residential burglaries and they're sitting there like, okay, where else? Perhaps like San Jose just recently had a crew responsible for 80. We can sit there and we can look back 30 days and see if that plate was in our city during one of our crimes. And so then that helps us in our collaboration with working with our neighboring agencies. Is that kind of what you were saying, I think?
So if we have a data sharing agreement with Redwood City, would they be able to automatically see our ALPR data and do the search on their machines?
If they are a Flock user, then they have the same thing. They need to put in no matter what, any agency using Flock has to put in a search reason. That, whether it's a case number or a reason or an and, is guided by their specific policy. But yes, they would be able to go ahead and run a search. What they would sit there and decide is how expansive it is based on what permissions they have. So for example, CHP is putting out hundreds of Flock cameras on various freeways. And so if you're trying to solve a crime and or see, and it goes both ways, you can sit there and solve a crime, but you can also exonerate people by saying, if this vehicle was not in the city, it was actually in fact in Fremont at the time, then the knife cuts both ways. Then you can sit there and rule somebody out as a person of interest. But it depends on that sharing.
So forgive me, I'm still not clear on exactly how the data would be used by Redwood City in this example. Would they put in a request for a specific license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Would they ever ask for like a block of data? Like, oh, we know that you have a camera near a church that has a lot of members who have Latin surnames. We'd like to get all the hits on Sunday morning.
That's a great question. I can tell you that I only know of one instance where we ever had a request for a block, and that specifically came to our investigators, and that's a recent homicide that Highway Patrol is investigating in our jurisdiction, or not in our jurisdiction, in a nearby jurisdiction. They don't know what that vehicle information is, but they do know that there's cameras nearby the freeways and that information is going to be gone in 30 days. We are specifically holding that. We picked specific cameras that are along the nearby freeway corridors so that we can further that investigation. It will be held. Those are considered evidence, so they hold until we sit there and we say, not necessary, then it's immediately expunged or purged.
Okay, so there can be requests for specific blocks of one or more cameras, excuse me, during a particular time period.
It's conceivable.
Typically, it's simply an agency puts a license plate onto a hot list.
That it just makes the request. That's 99.9%. Like the agency nearby that requested the block is a very unusual one. That one came all the way up to the captains to sit there and say, hey, we have a very unique, and then our investigators, yes, okay, that's fine.
Okay, and then the request came in, and the captain or the captain's designee determined that it was for a lawful purpose.
Correct. Our investigators realize
But typically it's, hey, Los Altos, did you get a hit on license plate 123 ABC?
We would grant access within Flock, and they would be able to go ahead and run that plate and see if that plate ever hit on one of our Flock cameras.
That's the existing policy, or that's the change that you're asking to be made?
Both. If they have a data sharing and they have permissions, then within the system, they would have access to be able to run specific license plates for our cameras for any plates that have hit.
So then what exactly is the change that's being requested?
It's getting rid of paper. It's streamlining it, saying those are codified in legislation and law, and we're electronically going ahead and access it. Right now, we have a folder that holds it. Additionally, anyone that has access to it is all put up on our transparency portal. So at any time, somebody can go look and see what agencies have made those agreements with us. It's really just streamlining that piece of paper that goes in a folder that we hold.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it for public comment. I'll go ahead and bring it back to council for discussion.
And Mayor, I just want to ask the captain a follow-up question just based on this last discussion about the
Go ahead.
data sharing agreement. So I want to make sure I understand, because this other scenario, I don't think we have actually delved into, where we actually give another agency access to our database for them to go in and do the search. I always envision a request coming in, our police department reviewing the request and then controlling and producing the requested information, as opposed to, if we're under a data sharing agreement, this actually gives the other agency, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I was picking up from this discussion. It gives this other agency access to our system to do their own search. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's how it is, and that's how we do it. I mean, it goes both ways. So our investigators can sit there and say, hey, we have this partial plate on a hit and run. Let's see. And then they would have the ability to select just Los Altos, or Los Altos, Palo Alto, Campbell, whatever ones that we already have agreements with, and they would be able to search it. We don't manually do it for other organizations. We're at minimum staffing all the time. So that would just be, we wouldn't be here today if that was the case.
Great nudge there, Captain. So I want to make sure, because one of the asks tonight is to allow our police department to enter into data sharing agreements with federal agencies. And so if, and I don't know where council is on this ask, but if we were to approve that, then if we entered into a data sharing agreement with a federal agency, does this mean they would also have unfettered, like they could go into our system and do their own searches?
That's a wonderful question. So currently we don't do it with any. The way I envision it is that it's a specific, it's a unique one. That the intent there is that those requests would be unusual. Those would come from either Secret Service or Marshals or whatever the case may be. The intent would be, those are specific, those are unique ones. That is not to give unfeathered. I think that would be beyond the spirit of where we're looking to go. And we recognize that. I don't think our community would support that. We don't have any agreements with the federal agencies or out of state. Those would be one-off, case-by-case specific ones, and that's why we recommend that level of scrutiny, and giving the chief the discretion. But yeah, not unfeathered like what we're currently seeing.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Captain? The data that the CHP or the other agency got in block is now evidence and therefore not subject to the 30-day retention limit?
We are holding that. We have not turned that over. If it's determined to become evidence, anytime we get a flock hit and that whatever comes of it would get retained with the case and would be on the retention schedule of that specific crime.
Yeah, but I'm asking about this because it's not a flock hit.
You're correct.
Now it's a block of data.
Yep, you're correct.
And the block of data can be used in
Well,
a
it
variety of
could.
ways.
Yes, we're holding
block of
it.
data can show longitudinally where somebody has gone and goes, what their trends are. There's a lot of things you can glean from a block of data that you cannot get from a single hit, which is a moment in time in front of a camera. And so that block of data, if it becomes evidence,
Well, if it
what I
becomes
wanna know
evidence,
is
we
what's
have-
going to happen to that, and I want to be sure that it's not misused.
Sure. And so the evidence code dictates a lot of that and has pretty strict parameters. I would associate it with, we recover fentanyl that goes into property. We can't just sit there and hand that out and share it, take the training. Like, there's some pretty strict laws around evidence code and anything that's evidence based. Conversely, they have that, and the specific request was because we know that homicide investigations take a longer period of time and that there could be something of it. It also could be exculpatory, right? They may sit there and say, we have a white Toyota Camry, here's the plate, and may be able to prove, no, it was in Los Altos at the time of that shooting. So it goes both ways, and the evidence code is pretty strict about the protecting exculpatory evidence as well. In this instance, you're right, it's unique, and the request came in and was specifically evaluated. There's no other request that I'm aware of, and it's so unique. But it's also because homicide investigations don't always get solved in that first 48 hours. And so, it's one of those we have to make that decision. Now, how long is that held and stuff? Right now, it's associated with a homicide investigation until it's purged. That's how it is. But it can go sooner. They may sit there and say it's no leads, they're closing it, or they have something and the vehicle travels south and it's done and they can go ahead and be expunged. Our policy says once we're at that place, then it's within 30 days. So as soon as we know that, it goes. But a lot of that is already dictated by the evidence code, which is very long and lengthy and talks about, what I kind of covered.
Thanks. No, that was a reassuring answer insofar as the evidence code portion of it was reassuring. My confidence that every agency in this country, particularly the federal ones, are going to follow rules is questionable. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions. All right. It's deliberation time. I'll start off the discussion by saying I'm pretty reticent to approve any data sharing with federal agencies. And I almost think that since those requests are rare and corner cases, perhaps we ought to evaluate them on a one-off basis as well. I am okay with the request to change the requirement for agencies in California. I have a lot of confidence in this state and in our ability to protect the interests of residents and civil liberties, less so than the feds. And I am also inclined to support expansion of the program with additional investments in cameras and whatnot. So I will look to my colleagues to see who wants to chime in next. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank, obviously, the captain and the chief and the rest of the team for all the work they've done over this last year on this pilot. And I agree with the sentiments that have already been expressed. I think a lot of good work has gone into this. And I know, hearing from neighbors and residents, they're very pleased that we have these cameras. They hear and read about the successes. And it does make our community feel safe. I know that was not a metric in measuring this pilot, but I can tell you residents feel safer. They like having these cameras. They want more cameras. So to the extent, and I don't know, if there's a number, obviously it shouldn't be unlimited. But I would support also increasing the number of cameras so that we can have the right coverage, but not over coverage in Los Altos. I also support moving from an annual external audit to quarterly. I think that makes sense, and I think it strengthens our policy and the city being proactive in being a leader on having a policy that really protects the community and civil liberties at the same time. I do want to ask my colleagues, whether or not we want to have, and I know that the mayor doesn't like us wordsmith on the dais, and I don't want to, but I am still concerned about how we define reason. I'm fine separating it. So the ask tonight is, instead of case number, incident, and reason, we change it to or reason. But I'm not comfortable with the fact that reason is not defined. And I actually appreciated how the captain defined reason. But unless it's defined in the policy, anybody can come up with any reason to justify a search. And so what I would look for from colleagues is just to direct the city attorney to work with the police department to figure out, based on what the captain said, to really define reason and what would justify the search. And then I agree with the mayor on the data sharing agreement for federal agencies. Maybe if it was last year that this request was made, you wouldn't see this much reluctance and resistance. But I don't think we should be moving forward with agreeing to any kind of data sharing agreement. And I appreciate what the mayor suggested, that if there is a assassination situation like we saw in New York, then that's a one-off, and I imagine the chief will make the right decision on this is something that we need to do. And so I'm fine giving her that authority there. But I don't want a blanket data sharing agreement with federal agencies at this time. I'm still concerned about removing the data sharing agreement for California law enforcement, but I appreciate the fact that we're confident that the law already provides those requirements and the efficiencies that have been described by the captain. So I am okay removing the data sharing agreement for California and not approving the data sharing agreement for non-California agencies. And I think that's it. I think I've covered all of them, but thank you again. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Chief. And continue the good work where we're a role model with our policy. Thank you.
Ditto.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, ditto. I agree. I mean, I heard you two
Well said.
agree, and I agree as well. Yeah.
Well said. Councilmember Lang.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Very thorough. Thank you both for the report, but also just for clearly approaching this with the right spirit, and that's much appreciated. Also, thank you to the residents who stayed. There's that saying, apparently nobody knows who said it, but the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. You were doing the vigilance. Thank you. I mean, sincerely, I'm deeply appreciative when I see citizens who are taking this seriously and being vigilant. So thank you. I sincerely appreciate that. In terms of the proposals in front of us, I'm fine with the or thing. I agree with the thing. If for no other reason than for the confidence of the public, you say, oh, a reason, we were joking, but like, I was curious, or, sharp car, who owns it, or whatever, right? Like, I mean, clearly, I don't want to wordsmith it, because I expect that there's very good police words available to make clear what reason is acceptable, and I'll defer to you to figure that out. I also am fine with removing the data sharing agreement on the California, because I understand that's covered by the laws already, and having other agencies sign something saying they promise to follow California law seems redundant, right? They already have to do that. Clearly, sadly, you're hearing misgivings about the attention to the rule of law at higher levels than that. I'm reluctant to tie your hands, because there's a lot of people trying to do good police work and urgent situations arise. But I am sadly very concerned that we're going to face things I never thought we would do. So I don't know that I mean, the thing says that it stays in place for the feds and out of state, and I'm fine with that. I'll wrap up with the one that I'm still uncomfortable with, and it's the external audit, right? Just the optics. Like, imagine a newspaper headline tomorrow that reads that the city of Los Altos says that this use of this data is no longer requires an external audit. Ooh, it makes my skin crawl, right? I understand the bother. I understand that the intent is there, but it comes across as internally you'll look at it and go, okie doke, we're good, right? And maybe it's just my reflection from my business life, right? Where external audits were a pain in the neck. I really didn't like them, right? But my investors insisted on them, and there was a reason they insisted on them, right? I don't know the answer to this, because I understand it's a bother. I'm very reluctant to let go of external auditing.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you have some thoughts you want to share?
I do. Thank you. This is a really tough subject for me. I hate them. I think that they are a violation of civil liberties. I also think that they clearly have there's demonstrable evidence that ALPRs help to solve or even prevent crime. They're not perfect, and I'm glad that we had 0 errors, but some of it is a little bit of luck, Captain. I think it was Palo Alto, maybe a year or two ago. They had an incident where the wrong license plate number was put into a hot list, and an officer saw the car and pulled it over, and at gunpoint told a family that was inside of the car to get out because it came up as a stolen car. And turns out that the police department was following proper procedure. It just so happened that the wrong digit had been entered for that license plate. You know, there, but for the grace of God goes Los Altos. So let's pray that nothing like that happens here. But it's a real concern. Now, I don't think that concern outweighs the benefits that we've seen ALPRs have provided. I think the vice mayor's points are well taken, that the community really likes them. This is something that the people really want. And you can't govern by opinion polls, but you do have to pay attention to what the public wants, because the public are the ones that sent this up onto this diet. So I'm keenly aware of that. When I support making the use of ALPRs a permanent program in Los Altos, taking away the pilot designation, even though, again, I hate that we're there, but they're just too useful a tool, and they're too prevalent in all the communities around us. And frankly, we want the police to keep us safe, and if we're going to ask the police to keep us safe, then we've got to give them the tools that they need in order to keep us safe. And I think ALPRs fall into that. I mean, I'd rather, there are a lot of tools that the police have that I wish they didn't have to have, but I think that they do. And this falls in that category. I'm really kind of torn when it comes to to allowing non-California law enforcement agencies to use our data. Given how the requests are likely to come in, and how those requests the requests themselves must state that the purpose complies with the California Values Act. Frankly, I trust the chief and the administration to say this request looks fishy, as opposed to, we're looking for this particular license plate because there was a heinous crime somewhere outside of California, but the suspect has ties to Los Altos. I suspect that there are officers on the Los Altos Police Department that do not agree with parts of our policy, but the audits have shown that the officers are complying with the policy. Given that, I'm okay with the request by the police department to have the language in there for federal or non-California law enforcement agencies to use our data. In the annual report next year, I'd like to know if any requests are made and what the requests were for, so we know what the feds are asking to use it for. But if what they're asking for is a license plate on a particular car, I don't see how that's likely to violate the California Values Act. I also want to note that, the ALPR use policy that the city has is very different from the other policies that we have in the city for the police department. I don't remember any other policy where the city council really wordsmithed and helped draft this policy. And I remember working with the prior chief on this policy. I spent hours and hours with her. I had other policies that I looked at with her, and she and her department were very open and incorporated a lot of the things that I had hoped would be in there and that the council wanted to find in there. I also want to point out that the policy expressly says that in the event federal or state law changes to compel the release of data, contrary to this policy, the ALPR system will be immediately suspended pending review of changes in the law. I'm not concerned about the FBI giving a license plate number to ICE. I am concerned about a law being passed that says any law enforcement agency that collects license plate data must provide all that data to ICE on a regular basis. That's what I'm really worried about. And if and when that happens, our policy clearly says at that point, we stop. I think that is a sufficient guardrail to guard against the concern of federal violation of our policy in use of the data. And the idea that someone who commits a heinous crime would be able to escape because we were concerned that a particular one license plate number would go to ICE. I don't see that balance. That doesn't. I'm not there. I'm convinced by Captain Ledoux's explanation that the California Values Act would apply to the chief's evaluation of a federal request is a sufficient safeguard. And again, I want to know more about it in a year, assuming there are any federal requests. But given what has been presented to us tonight, given the substantive success of the audits, I'm okay with the request that the police department is making with respect to federal and non-California law enforcement. Are there any issues I left out? Any other requests I left out? I don't think so. So I think that's where I am right now.
I think I can probably be convinced to agree with Councilmember Weinberg that the provisions of the data sharing policy that apply to federal requests are sufficient. I don't think we've dealt with the audit issue very well. And so I have more, I guess I want to talk about that a little bit.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to that, but I agree with what Larry said. Originally I was okay with just letting it be internal, but Larry convinced me that that's not a good option.
But Larry also misinterpreted what the recommendation was and said, I support quarterly external audits. And it's either quarterly internal or it's annual external.
If I said that, I didn't mean to.
Okay.
What I meant to say was I do not support,
you support external audits.
I do not support eliminating external audits.
That's what I interpreted your meaning to be, that you want to maintain the external audits. So I want to talk about that and figure out how, figure out how we're going to do that. There are certain limitations that govern that practice because we're dealing with law enforcement data. It's not like an external audit can be performed by anybody, nor is it that there's even an industry to do external audits as there is in the corporate world. There is no Anderson Consulting, right? There is no, you're nodding your head that there might be. Yes, there are firms that specialize in this type of analysis, but they don't qualify to do it because they're not a law enforcement agency. That's my understanding, and I would like some commentary on that from the department or from staff. What are we really looking at in practical terms to make the external audits effective?
So, Mayor, the external audit piece, though it was presented, and I agree it's cumbersome, we did find an agency to do it. One of the reasons we were recommending removing it, I don't think we necessarily made clear, where when council included the external audit, one of the primary reasons for that was, well, if you have an external police agency auditing it, you can discover misuse. But the external agencies are largely going to be limited to reviewing was the case number entered? Right now, is there a case number and a reason? In the future, is there a case number or a reason? They'll report those audit findings back to the chief. And if she sees something in that audit, she could follow up on it. But that agency wouldn't be determining intent or use. So the same way as we would complete an internal audit, if we saw something was missing or looked amiss, we would investigate it further. So I don't think eliminating the external audit, if council's uncomfortable with that, I think we're fine with it. But to the extent that it's looking at were all the applications used appropriately, it's unlikely to be discovered in that external audit process. It would come back internally for follow-up. So with that clarity, if council would like to keep it, we're happy to continue working with any outside agency that would assist us.
Okay. I I'm ready. I'm going to make a motion.
Wait, so that's saying we do both, the quarterly internal and the annual external?
We decide. I'm going to
Well,
make a
I
motion.
know, I'm
right?
asking what
Yeah.
we're saying.
Well, do you want to hear my motion?
Okay. Well,
Are you done, Councilmember Meadows? So, Mayor, I want to respond to Councilmember Weinberg's point about being open to doing the data sharing agreement with federal agencies and non-California agencies. Because
Please, go ahead.
we heard from residents, and I think at least when we started this discussion, at least 3 of us were against doing the data sharing agreement with federal agencies or non-California agencies. And for the reasons I've already stated, especially for this coming year where there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of uncertainty, I really want to implore our council not to change a policy to allow federal agencies to have more access to California data on individuals. As the captain explained, under the data sharing agreement, these federal agencies can go into our system and do their own search to pull the data they need. It's not about our staff, it's not about our chief. It's more about they can claim that they need this data for X reason, and we have no idea how they'll use this data. And so I really think it's incumbent on us this year to really hold off and not approve moving forward with data sharing agreements with non-California agencies. Maybe we consider it next year.
Excuse me, that's our current policy.
Right.
No, so you're proposing to change the policy to block it?
No. Federal agencies, we're not entering into data sharing agreements.
But our current policy is.
Excuse me.
Let me
Excuse me.
clarify.
This is not how we do this. That's all right. Vice Mayor, please finish your remark.
Thank
Then I'm
you.
going to come over here and we'll.
So going back to what the captain said, and correct me if I'm wrong, under these data sharing agreements, federal agencies can actually go in and access our system and do their own searches. That concerns me. What I'd suggested in my first comment was I am fine for the one-offs where if there's an assassination and they reach out to our police department because they got information that an individual may have been in our area, so they want us to search our database, and the chief authorizes that I'm comfortable with. But I am not comfortable, especially for this coming year with a lot of unknowns, for us to allow the city of Los Altos to have a data sharing agreement with federal agencies or non-California agencies. I may have misunderstood, Larry, where you were. I thought we were on the same page there, but if not, then let's have a discussion. But I thought what I was hearing is for this year, especially with a lot of unknowns, that we don't allow sharing with federal agencies unless we give the chief authority to make these one-off decisions.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Does the existing policy prohibit Los Altos from sharing data with federal agencies? My reading of the existing policy is that it does not.
You're correct in that, and then back to Vice Mayor, your point is the intent where we want to go with it is that any federal or non-California state, or individually and specifically, they're each individually. We're not turning on full access, so they do not get unfeathered because we know that's outside of what our community wants. They are individual ones that come and then they get reviewed, and then they're individually done. So you're right. What you were talking about having unfeathered, that would be for like our neighboring agencies or agencies that we work with within California that obey by the California Value Act and those others that we talked about, but not for non-state and federal.
Thanks for that clarification. So does the data sharing agreement then has this restriction with regards to non-California and federal agencies about what access they have and how we share data with them?
Yeah, so the data sharing agreement says it has to be compliant with our policy. And so the chief would sit there, or her designee would review to ensure that it's within our policy and that it would be unique, specific to a plate. That we would not dump and say, you can have all of our cameras for a month, here's all the information. We're talking about you have a specific license plate for a specific investigation that comes through on that request.
So that's the only allowable action under the data sharing agreement with federal agencies and non-California.
Correct.
The fact that we would do one specific request.
There's specific requests.
Okay, that makes me more comfortable.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Did I answer your question?
You
Okay,
did. Thank
I
you,
just wanted to
Captain.
make sure.
I was going to ask the same question. But
So-
to summarize, yes, just a moment, okay? To summarize, the feds aren't going to query our database the same way Mountain View Police will. They don't have access to the database. They can make a request, which we will evaluate on a case-by-case basis. Now, next question. Is this the way we're operating, or is this the way it's written? Because if it's not written this way and we're choosing to operate this way, that's insufficient.
So, Mayor, we would
And
be
we're making
happy.
changes now, so we can make it plain.
We would be happy to update the policy for non-California federal agencies, specifically to what council is directing tonight, including that it will be a limited search that our staff will complete and determine if records are responsive.
Great. Okay. I'm ready.
And what's the
Yes.
audit? So I'm actually, I could go either way, wherever the majority is on the audit.
So
I could go either way.
we
Pros and cons.
the city staff said reluctantly that they could continue the external audit, although they don't think it's very effective. I tend to agree with some of my colleagues that there's a role for it, and that, you know, having eyes that are not in our department involved is essential. Whether or not the audit turns up actionable information is secondary to whether or not you do the audit, right? In fact, if it doesn't turn up actionable information, it's successful, because the lack of actionable information is because the audit is there to threaten as an oversight mechanism. So here's where I am. I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve, it's more or less these asks, except we maintain the external audit and we codify the data sharing agreement with non-California agencies to reflect our guidance.
And define reason.
Yes, and we'll give staff direction to define reason. I don't know if that needs to be in the motion per se, but I'm looking around and I'm seeing some consensus that we're ready to do this, so I will go ahead and.
Just
Yeah, okay,
clarification,
please.
I didn't hear in your motion.
I haven't made it yet, but I'm telling you what it's going to be.
Right, well, you told me, yeah. Whether it's external and quarterly internal. That is what I didn't hear.
So
I
I
mean,
will
I
move that it's annual external, the same way it is right now, that we do not give that we do not make that change. That will be what I move. Okay. I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos approve the ongoing usage of automated license plate readers for the police department, accept the proposed changes to the flock policy, and receive the flock pilot program report, with the exception of the change to the audit practice, and that we further codify and clarify the data sharing with non-California agencies. Not in the motion, I'm not asking for that.
Friendly amendment?
Yes. That's fine with me. Do I have a second?
Second.
And we've got a second by Councilmember Weinberg. Madam Clerk, will you go ahead and take the roll on this vote, please?
Councilmember Lang?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We are going to take a short 5 to 10 minute break, and then we are going to come back and bust our tail through the priorities and get it done.
So I'll talk about it. What? This will be with the council policies. But not sure.
Can I get everybody? Can I get everybody?
Just start.
Okay, we're going to get started. Councilmember Lang, can you please come back to the dais?
You worked hard to get here. Get your that chair.
If you just go for it and say, okay, next agenda item, such and such.
Got it.
Staff report.
That's what we're doing. All right. The next agenda item is number 8, our city council strategic goals. You know, most of us have been talking about this stuff for a while. And so what I want to do now is look to my colleagues and see if any of you have material changes to these goals that you think we need to discuss. And if that's the case, then we're not going to do it tonight.
I think we are doing ourselves and the city a disservice if we just rush through it. I think
Understood.
we should give it time.
Okay. So do I need a motion to continue this to the next meeting, or is that the proper order? Okay. I move we continue number 8 to the next meeting.
Second.
Clerk?
Councilmember Lang?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flager?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, I think we should thank the executive team for sticking with us till midnight for this item. We really appreciate you sticking around. We're sorry we're not able to cover the item tonight. And I'm just being.
You should have hip checked some of those weed abatement people out of the room. We would have gotten to this.
No, but really, thank you for sticking around. And
Yes.
We'll
yes.
reschedule.
And I'm sorry that we didn't get to it. I apologize for not being more efficient tonight. All right. Number
Well,
9
I apologize to having a shorter tolerance than. Yeah.
So number 9 is an informational item. We've got the information in the packet. I don't think there's any discussion that we need to have there. The final one would be council and staff reports and direction on future agenda items. I will kick it off. I want to report that I was just elected to chair the County Water Commission, and it will be my intent to use that position to ensure that we get the information that we need to be confident in our water system, both from a clean water perspective, but of course also from an availability perspective in terms of fighting fire and public safety. So that's my announcement. My future agenda item that I would like to consider would be taking action on the attendance issue for the Park Commission. Do I have enough? All right. So
Yes,
that'll be,
okay.
all right. Now, other reports and Sally?
I was delighted to attend with the vice mayor. The
3 on the attendance?
yeah, there was 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me.
Oh, everybody.
4. Yeah.
4. It's more than 3.
Attended the Lunar New Year event that was done by and co-sponsored with the city, done by the Greater Los Altos Chinese Association, and there was a sort of a miscommunication in that council didn't get notice of that, so we weren't being slighted. I happened to find out for a different reason, and so. But the vice mayor was there also, but it was, as usual, a very well done and entertaining event. So that's my update.
Council, can we, just one more clarification? The attendance policy for the park commissioner?
No, we're not taking up the policy. We're taking
I mean, the
up,
attendance, the attendance requirement and lack of attendance.
we're taking up the lack of attendance of a particular park commissioner.
We probably should name him.
Yang Yang.
Okay.
And I assume you'll give him notice of this request and,
He requested it.
oh, he requested, and then there was, okay.
Well, he wouldn't, he requested that we. Yes.
And then quickly, I'll just piggyback on to what Councilmember Meadows said, and this is really an ask, Mr. England. So this lunar event was a huge Los Altos event, and this has happened occasionally where there's a community event, either directly or co-sponsored by the city that we weren't aware of. And even though there was a hiccup with the organizer not getting our email addresses, I actually think for events like that, it would be good to give council a heads up so we can get it on our calendars. You know, if we're co-sponsoring an event, just put it on, for me, I just put it on my calendar. And I can choose to go if I want to, but I really think it's important that council members are aware of these community events. And so it doesn't reflect poorly on the city or us that we're not attending, because they do expect us. Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you have anything to report or future agenda items you would like us to consider?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lang.
I'll just mention that tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm flying down to Anaheim to either go to the Cal Cities training, and if I manage to stay awake through the training, I will come back knowing what I'm doing, which is something for you all to look forward to.
Very good.
All right, we're adjourned.
Where's yours at again?